to Israel. It's day 2 of this landmark visit, and the spotlight today is firmly on diplomacy, on remembrance, and also the partnership. Prime Minister Narendra Modi will pay homage at Yad Vashem, Israel's Holocaust memorial. And this solemn visit will underscore India's respect for history, resilience, the shared values of humanity that bind our nations together. Prime Minister Modi will also hold bilateral talks with his Israeli counterpart, Benjamin Netanyahu. And the two sides are expected to sign a series of agreements that will further strengthen cooperation in defense, technology, agriculture, and innovation. These talks are being closely watched, not only in West Asia, but across the world, as India and Israel continue to deepen their strategic partnership. Stay with us as we bring you live updates and expert analysis and on-the-ground reporting from Tel Aviv and Jerusalem. This is more than just a diplomatic visit. It's a moment that reflects India's growing role on the global stage. Stay with us. On the second and last day of his Israel visit, Prime Minister Narendra Modi will be holding a meeting with President Isaac Herzog. He will also be holding a delegation-level meeting with his Israeli counterpart, Benjamin Netanyahu. And both leaders are expected to discuss ways to further strengthen cooperation across various domains. These include science and technology, innovation, agriculture, water management, technology, defense and security, trade and investment, as well as people-to-people ties. So the leaders are also expected to exchange views on regional and global issues of mutual interest. Prime Minister Narendra Modi's itinerary also includes a visit to Yad Vashem, which is the Holocaust Museum, an official memorial institution to the victims of the Holocaust known in Hebrew as Shoah. Here's a report.
We are at Yad Vashem in Jerusalem. This is the World Holocaust Remembrance Center. It commemorates the memory, the legacy of some 6 million Jews who perished during the Nazi genocide. During his visit to Israel, Prime Minister Narendra Modi would be paying a visit to the center to pay his respects. Roisa Altman, born 1870, Czechoslovakia, murdered in Auschwitz camp. This is the monumental book of names. It documents the names of inconceivable number of Holocaust victims. It keeps their names, the year they were born, the place where they grew up, and if the information is available, the place where they were murdered. The center also has an art gallery that carries art from the times of the Holocaust. All of this put together creates a living memory of the victims and a promise that such a Holocaust will never happen again. I have with me here Lily Mattis from the United States. She is one of the many people who have memories of their family members being taken during the Nazi Holocaust. Ma'am, if you can share with us, what is your memory and what brings you here?
Okay, my grandparents, the Feldmans, and from my mother's side, the Goldsteins, who were killed in the Holocaust, and also aunts and uncles, young people, and most of their family was left behind, and they were killed. You know, we don't know. They went to Treblinka, somebody said, and of course nobody survived from Treblinka.
They say when we don't learn from history, we are bound to repeat it. In that sense, this center has a message for the entire humanity. When Prime Minister Narendra Modi pays his respects for the victims of the Nazi Holocaust, it would be a poignant moment for the civilizational ties between India and Israel. With camera person Jay Shankar, Shubhendu Ghosh for DD India in Jerusalem.
And Shubhendu Ghosh is now joining us from Jerusalem. Shubhendu, we've just played out your story from Yad Vashem. Put that into context for us, why this is such an important memorial. And, you were going through the names of all of those Holocaust victims. There are countless numbers there, each one representing, deep emotions and links to the state of Israel. So, put that into context for us.
Hello, Mark, from Jerusalem. One of the many profound statements that are embedded in this memorial called Yad Vashem, and as we speak, Prime Minister Narendra Modi is just about to reach that venue. He just left from the hotel a short while ago. And that sentence that's embedded on the wall is that every person has a name. And that is really at the heart of creation of this Center of Holocaust remembrance for the Nazi genocide victims. This Yad Vashem Center also in many ways forms the foundation, the philosophical, of course it's a physical memorial, but the philosophical foundation of this modern Israeli state, where it is, how it came into being. It forms an argument, and in that respect it occupies a central space in Israeli psyche, in their socio-political context. Every world leader, when they visit Israel, is almost like a protocol, but is also a moving tribute that they hope to provide to the victims of the Holocaust. And Prime Minister, when he'd come in 2017, he had visited the Yad Vashem Center, and now Prime Minister, the first engagement of day 2 for Prime Minister Modi is this center. Some 6,000 Jews, as you mentioned in the story, had perished during the Nazi Holocaust. The idea is to document, to research, and most importantly, not forget what happened, continue to remember so that history doesn't repeat itself, so that no other community has to undergo what the Jewish community had to undergo around the Second World War. So that is really at the heart of what this center is about. Prime Minister, in his address yesterday at the historic address, the Knesset, also referred to the Holocaust and the victims, and also the context in which India-Israel friendship has become stronger, because India was one of the safe havens for Jews trying to escape persecution in Europe and other parts of the world. So in that sense, this center does link the Jewish people, the modern generation, to their roots. It links in many ways India and Israel, and it links in many ways also humanity to sort of what it is capable of doing and what it never must do again.
Indeed. Do stay with us, Shubhendu. Let me introduce our guests on the program as well. Ambassador Sanjay Bhattacharya, former Secretary in the Ministry of External Affairs, is joining us, and Major General Dhruv Katoch, Director of the India Foundation, is with me in the studio. Thank you very much, gentlemen, for being with us. Ambassador Bhattacharya, when we talk about this memorial, what lessons can one learn from it in terms of not just a remembrance, but also to keep one sort of grounded in the reality of today?
Well, it's a very moving memorial over there, and when you visit some of those old sites in Europe where these incidents had taken place, it is again a very touching and deeply emotional point. I think what we are trying to say is that the 20th century, it has happened before as well, but the 20th century in particular saw certain kinds of brutality against humanity, which should not be repeated. And therefore it is, in a sense, a lesson to us, not to repeat, but also to draw the lessons as to what we should do so that it does not get repeated. And therefore the quest for human endeavor, the spirit for excellence and for improvement, for peace and prosperity, is uppermost in the minds of people when they visit such places, in addition to paying homage to the souls of those who are no longer with us and who faced this huge enormity of a brutality. So for us in India, if I may just mention one more point, for us in India, this is a particularly touching one, because we in India have not really faced a similar kind of movement or action against the Jewish community.
Right.
So when we go and endorse this, it is also an assertion of how there are civilizations that actually have been able to avoid this kind of brutality and the lessons that come from the civilizational experience of countries and people like India.
Indeed, and General Katoch, that sentiment was also expressed yesterday when the Prime Minister was in the Knesset by, the Prime Minister Netanyahu, who said that India has always been friendly to the Jews. But when we talk about memorials, we also see war memorials here in India. And, what lessons do we get in terms of inspiration for the armed forces and defense from memorials?
Thank you. No, I think it is, war memorials is not just merely for the defense forces. I think war memorials are for the entire country. It gives them a sense of pride in knowing that what the soldiers have performed, how they performed, and how they have given their lives. If we forget the soldiers who have fought for you, I think that the countries will, over a period of time, they will decay. In Israel, what you see, this remembrance of the genocide,
right,
it is a very, very powerful memory. In India too, when we have our war memorials which are spread all across the country, especially when you go to the forward areas, you see those war memorials. And now, of course, we've got the war memorial in Delhi. Every time when we go to that war memorial, it is an inspiration which we draw from the people who gave their lives for the country. It's an inspiration for the youth to follow a particular path. I think memorials are very important. It's a very important part of our life. It's a very important part of our heritage. And I'm proud that in India, we have maintained our war memorials to world standards.
Right. Shubhendu, walk us through the rest of the Prime Minister's program for the day.
Sure, Mark. So as we speak, Prime Minister is going to be at Yad Vashem Center. This is the Holocaust Remembrance Center. Thereafter, Prime Minister is going to call on President Isaac Herzog of Israel. And after that, what one has been waiting for, the bilateral engagement between Prime Minister Narendra Modi and Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu will take place. The expectations are very high. India and Israel in the past decade have achieved a great amount of closeness and convergence in diverse areas. The strategic partners, there's been over around 9 years of that already. So the moment is really fertile for new developments to happen. Expectations from stakeholders across sectors is that the partnership is going to be taken forward in many ways. Speaking to the ambassador earlier during my visit, the Indian ambassador to Israel, he said that there appears to be a very important and a very sort of powerful convergence that is happening in the domain of science and technology. India just wrapped up the mega India AI Impact Summit in Delhi, the focus on emerging technologies, AI, and the manner in which it could be sort of brought down to grassroots and connect more and more people, humanize artificial intelligence. In similar ways, Israel is another country which is significantly invested in emerging technologies, in AI, and the partnership that can happen between the two countries and the outcome of that for the peoples of the two countries is going to be significant. Just last evening, after that historic address at the Knesset, Prime Minister met some of the CEOs of leading tech companies in Israel, and particularly the tech companies who've studied India very closely and in fact have developed technologies in agriculture, in pharmacology, in computer, in antivirus sort of technologies, where they can work in partnership with India. So India, Israel coming together on the innovation front is one of the key expectations, the manner in which that roadmap is going to be laid out by the leaders. That happens as the final event. There are going to be some call-ons by noted members of Israeli civilian society later in the day as well, before Prime Minister Modi wraps up his visit and returns home. Mark?
Indeed. Ambassador Bhattacharya, if we take that point forward, we did see Prime Minister yesterday interacting with, top innovators and inviting them to invest in India. And also, as Shubhendu was saying, this comes soon after the AI Impact Summit. Tell us, to what extent India and Israel can cooperate in these sectors, bringing the best from both sides into the arena.
I really believe that the partnership that we have between India and Israel is actually founded on technology and innovation. And if you look at the various facets of our relationship, the role of technology innovation is embedded very, very deeply. So I call it these three technology innovation pillars. The first is on sustainable development. When you look at the kind of technologies that we share and develop on agriculture, watershed management, on small industries, skilling, these are all extremely crucial for our sustainable development effort. The second focus, which is equally important and growing in importance, and we both have great capabilities in this, is in this field of security and defense. And this is something that I think has already developed, and we will see much greater progress during this visit in terms of the collaborations. This is not just in terms of the kind of platforms that you have for air defense or missile systems or laser capabilities, but also in terms of the kind of collaboration that you do develop, in terms of the partnerships that you have to bring about new industry into this particular sector. Also closely related is a kind of information intelligence sharing and capacities on counterterrorism, which is a shared threat of both our sides, and some of the agents are actually similar. But the most critical, and the one that I think will see the biggest highlight during this visit, is what we call technology innovation for the future, and that is what the correspondent also mentioned about AI. There is another area of quantum computing, which is very, very critical. We are getting into cyber collaboration in the space area, but the fundamentals of this is with the kind of people that we bring together. So there are thousands of Indian students in the STEM areas who are studying in Israel in the top universities over there. We have innovation labs, which have been set up on both sides, hackathons to realize and bring out the potential of the greatest capabilities of young people and also entrepreneurs. And so this is something that is going to drive it forward. The level of investment between the two sides is still somewhat modest, but the potential will be great as we get into these new areas.
General Katoch, I mean, in terms of defense, of course, most people admire the abilities of Israel to defend itself in an environment which is rather hostile, and it has brought in a lot of technology into its defense capabilities. Amongst them, of course, is the Iron Dome. And when we look at India also hopes to develop Sudarshan Chakra and anti-defense, anti-missile systems. To what extent, is cooperation moving forward in defense in very critical and areas of capabilities?
As far as the defense is concerned, even when we saw in Operation Sindoor, a very large part of the equipment which we used in terms of drones and loitering munitions and in terms of missiles, they were either Israeli or made in collaboration with Israel. So I think that's a very important component. That is one. But now with this particular visit, I think a great deal of stress is going to be laid on the Iron Dome which Israel has and the Sudarshan Chakra which we are creating. The Prime Minister had announced a few months back, I think about 6 months or so, when he made the announcement of the Sudarshan Chakra. And this is one technology, when we are looking at it, we are looking at the capacity to detect, to track, and then to engage a particular incoming target. And now we are looking at extended ranges. In Operation Sindoor, we saw our defense system, air defense system, worked beautifully. But when we are looking into the future, I think Pakistan's capacities will also increase. And the requirement of us to protect our territory in increasing depth will also come into play. So to that extent, we will have to look into much longer ranges, and our capacity to engage these, to track these targets and to engage them and to destroy them well before they can come into our territory. I think that is one of the things which we are looking at. Israel's Iron Dome has been very effective. I think our Sudarshan Chakra will be equally effective. It will come about within a few years, and I think it will be equally effective as the Iron Dome is in Israel.
Do stay with us, gentlemen, and Shubhendu. We'll play out another story and then come back to our discussion. You know, India and Israel are strategic partners. The expansion of defense and security partnerships is in focus during Prime Minister Narendra Modi's visit to Israel. Let's look at this report.
On day 2 of his official visit to Israel, Prime Minister Narendra Modi will hold bilateral talks with his Israeli counterpart, PM Benjamin Netanyahu. India-Israel defense cooperation remains one of the most robust and strategically vital bilateral partnerships, evolving from arms imports to joint development, co-production and technology sharing. It is driven by shared security concerns, including terrorism. Following the Gaza conflict, Israel is actively executing strategic pivot to Asia to diversify its economic, tech and defense partnerships. Between 2020 and 2024, Israel supplied 13% of India's total arms imports, while India accounted for 34% of Israel's defense exports. An MOU was inked in 2025 to enable sharing of advanced tech and promote co-development and co-production of defense equipments. Israel's expertise in air defense could be an important addition to India's arsenal.
I see India and Israel defense ties as a capability partnership shared by a together regional environment. India faces persistent security pressures, but it also had managed escalation risks. That is why it invests in tools that create decision time and operational flexibility. Air defense, ISR, drones, counter-drones, precision, and cyber. The Israeli advantage is not only equipment, but the ability to integrate systems and learn quickly under pressure.
As India expands its defense infrastructure and indigenous manufacturing capability, Israel continues to be an important partner, especially with its expertise in tech and innovation. Prime Minister Modi's visit to Israel is expected to achieve a new breakthrough in security cooperation. With camera person Anand Kumar, Shubhendu Ghosh for DD India, Jerusalem.
Right, Shubhendu, we just played out your story once again, this time on defense ties. Tell us to what, how does the defense industry in Israel function? How much freedom do they have in terms of, are they, largely private sector driven?
Right, Mark. It'll be interesting to look at the context in which India-Israel defense ties are maturing. Talking about the defense industry of Israel, it is one of the most cutting-edge ecosystems in the world. It's renowned the manner in which they can evolve and adapt to changing circumstances, their defense ecosystems. And world over, Israeli defense products are known for their quality and state-of-the-art manufacturing. Now, India and Israel share a very, very close defense and security partnership, Mark, that we all know. But there is something that has happened in the past 5 years, particularly around the Gaza conflict. For a long time, the main market for Israeli defense products, security products, used to be Europe. It still is in many ways, but that is shifting. A lot of European countries have also sort of changed their stance towards trading in defense products with Israel around the Gaza conflict. And this is also the time when India's partnership with Israel in defense and security has been boosted significantly. We looked at those figures of about 13% of India's defense imports coming in from Israel in this period of 2022 to 2024. And Israel also sending a significant part of its exports is directed towards India. So in that changing geopolitics, India-Israel friendship, partnership is also getting highlighted, and the defense and security industry in particular is in focus. And one of the ways in which India and world over, people who admire Israel's defense industry is the manner in which you get access to an entire ecosystem. Now, there are other countries in the world who of course, are invested in a very state-of-the-art defense ecosystem. But there are always clauses as to what you can buy, what you cannot buy. A particular country may not sell you the most advanced, for example, most advanced fighter jet. It will sell you a a sort of generation lower, and similarly with other weapons. So that's not the case with Israel. There are really no conditions to what is available for India to purchase and the manner in which the ecosystems can converge. And that is where, in fact, are the people we've spoken to, the stakeholders, they say, now the time is right that from this import-export relationship, the relationship is now maturing into co-production, joint production. In fact, if you recall last year, the agreement that was signed between both the governments in the defense sector was on co-production. And we've seen that emphasis on Make in India by Indian government as well. And in that sense, Israel is said to be a very, very significant partner to take that Make in India co-production and manufacturing in the country, that mission forward. Mark?
Ambassador Bhattacharya, how do missions abroad deal with defense ties and promoting defense ties? Would that largely fall in the domain, obviously, of the defense ministry? To what extent do our missions facilitate this kind of exchange of views and also business potential?
Well, it's always a core function of any Indian embassy or mission abroad to look at our defense, security, strategic interests and to set up partnerships. I think the nature of war is changing. Unfortunately, wars are not coming to an end. They will continue. But there is a slight change in form of war. While, physical wars with the use of force will be there and will continue for a long time, there is a new kind of war that is coming about because of your digital age and your cyber capabilities. And these are slightly different in their orientation. So we have a collaboration with Israel, which is robust in both these domains. In the first one, which is of physical platforms and weapon systems, we do have a very wide-ranging collaboration, which extends going down to the kind of startups that are working on in these areas and the kind of collaborations that we can have. As is well known, there is very good technology that is being developed in Israel, and at the same time, there is very good skill potential in India, as well as the ability to scale up. So the complementarities of this particular partnership are very clear when we look at the defense sector. But this is going to become most marked because, and I think you will see it in the statements coming out of this particular visit, that the emphasis in many ways will focus on areas of cyber, quantum, of AI, space capabilities, and these are the ones which are the emerging areas where we are actually contributing in terms of the knowledge as well as the scaling up of these particular potential. And again, given that we have a very, very high level of trust and confidence between the two systems, the movement of these skills and capabilities happen in a much more smooth manner. So this is absolutely the very fundamental work that embassies do. Embassies don't represent only one particular ministry, they represent all of government, as you know.
Right, absolutely. So, General Katoch, if we look now at how things have developed, and of course, Shubhendu talks now, we're talking about co-production, joint production. To what extent, India, of course, is also has a vibrant startup culture. Many of them are involved in the defense space. The private sector is increasingly becoming more prominent. India is pushing Atmanirbharta as well. How does this all fit in with tie-ups with countries like Israel, which are at the forefront in the sense of cutting-edge technology?
But the first thing which I think of is that the strategic interest of Israel and India coincide. We face the same challenges, we have the same problems, and we face the same threats. So the nature of the threats is also similar. Like when we're looking at terrorism, Israel faces the same sort of threat as what we face in India. Now, we have certain capacities and capabilities, especially when we talk about space capabilities, missile capabilities, and also capabilities in the cyber domain. Israel also has capabilities, and in many senses, some of the Israeli capabilities are the most advanced in the world. They even sometimes surpass what capacities countries like the United States has. I think there is a great convergence now that if we actually go in for joint ventures, joint productions, our capabilities, the capabilities and the talent which India has can actually mesh with what the Israelis have. And it can produce great synergies in any of the joint ventures that we have. For these joint ventures, it has been my view for a very long time that the private sector needs to be invested in far more. The public sector has actually, in a sense, reached its limits. Okay. So if India has to get to where we are in terms of defense production, while the public sector has done a brilliant job so far, it is not by itself enough. And the private sector increasingly will have to take a much greater role. The defense minister has, over the last few years, the statements which have come out from the Ministry of Defense, the private sector has been energized to a considerable extent. I think this process is going to increase further, especially when we are looking into cooperation with Israel. I visualize a large portion of this joint ventures taking place between Israeli companies and the Indian private sector.
Indeed, Shubhendu, so taking that forward, if the private sector has to get more energized, more people-to-people linkages are important, driven, of course, by ordinary businessmen and civilians. To what extent, is the ordinary Israeli looking at this relationship between India and Israel? How do they perceive it? And you did speak to some strategic analysts as well. How do they view the relationship?
Right, at the heart of it, Mark, I mean, there are different layers of convergence as far as people-to-people connect is concerned. On the one hand, something that is celebrated by both sides is this civilizational link over 2 millennia, over 2,000 years of linkages that Prime Minister also elaborated in his Knesset speech. But in the modern times, in the Israel and India of today, there is a great degree of comfort and understanding with one another, which is the hallmark of the relationship with that Indian ambassador to Israel highlighted when I had a conversation with him. Now, what that leads to is that there are different opportunities that are available in each other's countries. If we talk about the workforce mobilization, for instance, Israel, again, around the time of the Gaza conflict, faced acute shortage of workforce, especially in the skilled and semi-skilled stage. And that is where it turned to India, which is known for its vast talent pool of different kind of skill levels. And thousands of Indian skilled and semi-skilled workers then moved to Israel to offer their services. Many of them work in the domain of caregivers. They're also working in the construction sectors. I happened to, yesterday in the diaspora I met a couple of young men who are caregivers in Israel, and I asked them, what is your experience? What is your work like? I mean, what if you were doing the same work in India or somewhere else? How would it be different somewhere else in West Asia? So they said that the people are very friendly. There's a cultural connect that they appear to have. They can connect with Indians immediately as sort of, many of the Jewish people also have Indian roots. There's some 85,000 citizens of Israel who have Indian origin, who then moved to Israel. So in that sense, people-to-people connect is very rock solid, and it's sort of taken forward by these different engagements. Also, they said that the work opportunities, what they earn, the sort of quality of life that they have, that is also much better here in Israel than many other parts of West Asia, for instance. There are some malpractices in some countries where passports of the workers are taken away and they're sort of employed in different sectors. But he specifically said that some of his friends face that challenge, but in Israel, there is no such harassment. It's a very open, equal society. Indian workers have equal rights like Israeli workers. So opportunities are many. And besides skilled and semi-skilled, there are hundreds of Indian students studying, as one of our guests mentioned earlier, in the top Israeli institutions. So at different levels, Mark, this engagement, this people-to-people connect is at play between India and Israel.
And to understand the deeper people-to-people connect, let's play out a story and then come back to our guests. Celebrating the shared heritage and enduring bonds between India and Israel, Prime Minister Narendra Modi shared a memorable performance of the song I Love My India by a remarkable ensemble of Divyang artists bringing together Indian origin Jews and Israeli citizens. And Prime Minister Narendra Modi also witnessed a graceful presentation of Tiruvattira by members of the Keralam caregivers community, something that Shubhendu was speaking about. The performance reflected the greatness of Keralam's cultural traditions and the dedication of those who are passionate about it. Proud to see our diaspora preserving India's rich artistic heritage wherever they go, the Prime Minister said. And Ambassador Bhattacharya, if I can come to you, we are talking about people-to-people connect. And earlier you did mention how, involved people are in terms of these hackathons, and ultimately they are involved in trying to find solutions, really. They're all participating in the relationship in a sense. That's at least the next generation or the new generation which will take the relationship forward. To what extent, is this really going to be the future of any relationship that India has, the diaspora connect and really the people-to-people connect, taking the relationship forward?
Diaspora relations are always very important for a country, particularly if you can connect it to your development priorities, and so that they can become a vector in your overall game plan. And I think to some extent what we are being able to do is to achieve or reach that kind of connect with our diaspora overseas. And of course, in different parts of the world, our diaspora is of very different content. In Israel in particular, as the correspondent also mentioned, there is a historic diaspora and members of the Jewish community who are there, who become more integrated in that society. And therefore, they represent the best of both India and Israel in that particular manner. And then there are these temporary workers who go on a mobility plan to kind of work in caregivers or agriculture or construction sectors, and then they come back home, but they come back with a much higher level of income, as your correspondent also said, and working with a higher level of skill. And therefore, when they come back home, they bring back these better qualities and technologies, which they can hopefully then implement back in India. And then the third category, which is, I think, to my mind, the most critical, which is the young people, the mobility of students and scholars and researchers who work in what tomorrow is going to be. And I think this is the most exciting part of our exchanges with Israel in particular, because they add so much more value and they change the complexion of a partnership which is always optimistic, future-oriented, and looking for solutions. And they are the ones who are also much more empowered, and therefore the kind of command that they have, the respect that they have in the societies that they go to, and this is not just in Israel, but across the world, where our young people go as professionals, they then bring a new value and a new face of India, which then has a certain image of what India will be as we progress even further. So new pathways, mobility, are extremely important in our diaspora engagement. But what we need to be sure is to try and keep it aligned with our development priorities, while at the same time catering to the citizen aspirations that these people who are moving out wish to have.
Indeed. General Katosh, talking about citizens' aspirations and greater involvement of people in relationships between nations, we are in the age, where people are constantly getting information on the internet from various sources, social media, and now even through AI. And people are, of course, in terms of this particular relationship, even the popular narrative was of how effective Israel is as, let's say, its information network in terms of spies and Mossad, I beg your pardon, and things like that. So to what extent, are all these, this kind of a narrative more, is it reality, or is it something that, people just probably talk about and they don't quite get what the real relationship would be?
Very frankly, I think there is, within India, there is a great deal of respect for the people of Israel. And it is primarily got something to do with the way they, after the genocide took place of the Jews, how they have rebuilt their country from 1948 onwards and have become today one of the leading technological nations in the world. That is one aspect. Secondly, I think Indians, by and large, and I've met quite a few people from Israel also, they share a similar view. We are very comfortable with each other. There is a degree of trust, a degree of comfort, perhaps because it is born of similar challenges. So the people-to-people connect, I feel, is one of the strongest aspects of our relationship today. Now, I don't think anybody in India thinks that the Israeli capabilities are hyped. I think those capabilities are very real, and they have been exhibited in real time in the conflicts which Israel has faced, either with the Hamas or later even what we saw their actions in against Iran and certain other places.
Right.
So they have been very, very focused intelligence-based operations which has caused minimal collateral damage. Even in the operations with Hamas in the Gaza Strip, when they have to take out a building, they actually give advance notice a few minutes before so that the people vacate that building before it is taken out. In my view, I think it's a very, very high level of technology and a very high level of self-confidence that they will go after a target, but they will only eliminate the target and reduce the collateral damage to the very barest minimum. That is a lesson which I think perhaps most of the other countries can also learn from Israel.
Indeed. Shubhendu, I understand that you'll have to move on and, with your own reporting activities. So let me just ask you one final question. The Prime Minister's visit in 2017 was also historic, and this is the second visit after 9 years, again by Prime Minister Modi. So between the two visits, I mean, what kind of build-up has taken place, and how differently do Israelis look at India now?
You see, Mark, from 2017 to 2026 is a long period of time. The world has changed, the regions have changed, South Asia, of West Asia. There's been a pandemic, there's been Gaza conflict and ongoing conflicts around the world, putting pressures on supply chain. So in that sense, both India and Israel, close friends, strategic partners over these 9 years, have witnessed a changing world around them, and they've been consistent in their sort of bond, in their trust for one another. They've also now understand the advantage of standing by one another, especially in very critical areas of anti-terrorism, stand in partnership, in innovation. They can very clearly observe that to find a reliable ally in world of today is such a challenge, where traditional allies turn south and the different kind of tariff diplomacies come into place. So in that sense, both leaders are coming from a context where the nations require stability, trusted partners to move ahead. Both these nations are at the cusp of significant next level of growth and development, and therefore these convergences, these partnerships, civilizational links that have been celebrated, it's time now to switch gears and take it to the next level. And therefore, all eyes on what comes out of that bilateral meet that Prime Minister Modi is set to have with Prime Minister Netanyahu of Israel. Mark?
Thanks very much, Shubhendu, for joining us in this program. Ambassador Bhattacharya, if I could come to you, whenever we talk about a visit to Israel or, India-Israel relations, one also asks the question, India maintains strong relations with the Arab countries and with Iran. Many of these countries are opposed to Israel. So how does this work?
Well, I think if you look at the 2017 visit, the key difference that came about was that we were able to have this independent relationship with Israel and with the Palestinian entity. And so in a sense, it was not that they were dependent on each other. That particular realization had happened even earlier with the Arab states and Iran and our relations with Israel. I think in this particular instance, what is really something that we will watch out for is that how does it have an impact on the regional dynamics, because what we do know is that the situation in the region of West Asia continues to be very fragile. And, there is the risk of war coming about at any point of time. And such disruptions affect not only stability, but also peace and prosperity. And it's only in situations of peace and prosperity and stability that relations can actually go ahead. So today, on the one hand, we will advance our bilateral relations with Israel, but at the same time, we have that equal confidence that we could be partners along with the others in West Asia, Arabs and Turks and Iranians, in trying to bring about a new compact. Because for us, a civilizational power like India, there is a different way of reaching these solutions. It's not that you wish away your terrorism problems or your problems of animosity among certain countries or people, but you have to deal with them in a slightly different format. And I think that is the realization that comes about. Our engagement with the key countries in the Gulf, with Saudi Emirates and even with Qatar to some extent, with the Arab world through the Arab League, through Egypt and others, has brought about an understanding where India is seen as not necessarily an interlocutor, but as a voice of reason, and for diplomacy to play a due role. And there is a time when war must end and diplomacy must take over. And I think that's what we hope to see in West Asia.
General Katoch, also to what extent, does this visit enhance India's image, as a nation of strategic autonomy, unafraid, in fact, to chart a course of its own, as we are clearly seeing?
Well, I think this visit is very important. And as the ambassador said, we have de-hyphenated our relationship.
Right.
So just because we are friendly with, say, Israel, doesn't mean that we are not looking after Palestinian interests. And the Prime Minister has made that very clear. We will look after both the interests. And the very fact that we have de-hyphenated it makes us, in a sense, I think, a very important player. That means both parties can trust us. If you look at what is happening between Russia and Ukraine, it is one of the very surprising aspects that the Russians trust us and Ukraine also trusts India. So we have, in some sense, I think our foreign policy has maneuvered itself into a spot by which we are seen as the players who can be trusted.
Right.
We don't necessarily have to take a side, but we can be trusted to do what is right. And I think in international relations, that itself is a very important component of a nation. And as the ambassador said, we are a civilizational state. We have a stake. We have 1.4 billion people. So our voice counts. And because we are in a position to be, let us say, fair to both sides and maintain good relations with all sides, we have today good relations with the Arab world, which are far better than ever earlier than before. And we have excellent relations with Israel. We have great relations with Iran. So I think we have maneuvered it in a manner by which our credibility has been maintained. And
right.
In my view, I think our foreign policy has been one of our greatest successes.
Indeed. And Ambassador Bhattacharya, in terms of, the welcome that the Prime Minister has received, in terms of, the number of honors that he has received, and one more by the Knesset yesterday, all this seems to highlight India's growing global stature. So to what extent, then is what India is saying also resonating with, let's say, the global south or countries that feel similar to India?
But there is no question that India is not only an emerging power, the fourth largest economy globally, the fastest growing major economy, but also we are a voice of reason. We are also a voice of principles and values. And therefore, we are able to transcend beyond just an interest or transactional relationship. And this is exemplified in the kind of relations that we have with West Asia in a very, very deep manner. The ability to have good relations with Saudi Arabia and Iran at a time before their rapprochement had taken place, as a power that can engage with Israel and its entities that are inimical to its interests, is also something that India has. And the reason why this happens is that we consider this part as part of our extended neighborhood. And whenever there is a region that we consider as part of our neighborhood, there is a different connect that binds us to that region. And it's not just a simple transaction of energy or people or even of technologies, but it's the sentiment of people. It's also the civilizations that have brought us together, the values and principles that we've stood for millennia. And therefore, this kind of a power is becoming more obvious and understood in different parts of the world. When Prime Minister talks about this is not the age for war, he had, of course, mentioned this in the context of the Russia-Ukraine crisis, but this is something that applies to various scenarios across. So it applies equally to what was happening in Gaza. And if I may add, it applies equally to what is happening in China's periphery, where there may not be the use of force, but there is the threat of use of force. And therefore, these are things that we need to change our mindset about. And that India way, so to say, is gaining currency. And it will become more popular. We have already seen the Global South and the Voice of the Global South embrace parts of this, but everyone will obviously fashion it in their own way. But this is another way.
Indeed. General Katoch, so clearly the India way has a lot of soft power, but in terms of hard power as well, India is continuing to increase its strength. And we see that Israel, of course, in this collaboration, we were talking a little earlier about whether, you know, their capabilities are hyped or not in the common man's mind. To what extent, you know, let's say, is there expertise in counterterrorism and cybersecurity to the benefit of India?
Well, I think any cooperation in the field of counterterrorism and in cyber will be beneficial to India. Not just with Israel, with any country. But Israel has got its own set of expertise. They have a particular set of challenges. India has a set of challenges. Incidentally, both these challenges are different. The threats they face, they do face threats, but the type of threats we face are different. But addressing those threats, the procedures by and large are the same. And in intelligence sharing, I think this becomes a very, very important facet as to how do we address certain issues, especially in terms of the tactics and the tactics and techniques which are being used by terrorists. The ones which are being used against Israel are ones which are also being used against us. So to that extent, a lot of cooperation when it takes place between India and Israel on the terrorism front. And we've had quite, in my own foundation, in India Foundation, we've had quite a few conferences on counterterrorism where the Israelis have contributed a great deal, as have other countries. So I think this is a very important facet, and it is one of the prongs of the relationship which will continue to go strong as the years go by.
Ambassador Bhattacharya, we are already looking to the future. India, of course, has a Viksit Bharat plan by 2047, and I mean, you did talk a little bit earlier also about, you know, the AI summit and innovation, quantum computing and the like. So use innovation, AI, quantum computing, space technology. How does this strengthen the strategic partnership moving forward and India's goals for the future?
As I was mentioning earlier, you know, our relationship is largely technology innovation oriented, and a lot of it can be factored, the various sectors can be factored in and viewed from that perspective. In fact, we actually view it from that perspective because this is the dictate of the world today, and this is how the future will be shaped. And in this, you need a very high level of trust between the two sides, which we have. It's, you know, across the political spectrum. You saw the welcome that Prime Minister received in the Knesset last evening. It's across the sphere of business and industry. It's across the people. And I think the leaders personally share a very beautiful chemistry between themselves, which contributes to this particular understanding as well, because that leads to from trust to confidence. Are you confident that in a time of distress, this partner will come to your support? And you know, I think there is that very clear understanding between both India and Israel that this is indeed the case. It is not a relationship of an alliance. It is a relationship which I think Netanyahu described yesterday as one between brothers, and he called Prime Minister a brother in the parliament yesterday.
Right, absolutely.
Indeed. Special relation.
Yes, General Katoch, you can comment on that. You know, the speech at the Knesset yesterday. We did see, you know, the opposition actually boycott Prime Minister Netanyahu's speech, but they all came back for Prime Minister Modi's speech. And that itself shows, you know, the respect that they have for India. But, you know, put that speech into context for the wider message that it's giving to the world.
You know, I think the most I mean, there were many important facets to the speech, and I listened to the whole thing right from the beginning. Now, one thing came out very clearly is the very warm personal relationship between Prime Minister Modi and the Israeli Prime Minister, Prime Minister Netanyahu. That is a very warm friendship. But more importantly, I think it is the people to people, because like their polity is very, very divided. Like India's polity is also very divided, and we have the opposition walking out. They also walked out there for their Prime Minister, but they came back for our Prime Minister. Now that is because the people to people connect, I think, is very, very strong. The ability to trust each other, you know, that the confidence which, if I'm talking to an Israeli, you know, you're so comfortable with each other. I think that is that aspect of brother which the Israeli Prime Minister mentioned when he said, he's my brother. To a larger extent, I would put it that, you know, it is that brotherly relationship between the people of Israel and the people of India.
Right. We are going to be playing out, General Katoch, we are going to play out some visuals right now of Prime Minister at the Holocaust Memorial, Yad Vashem. This, as we can see, deeply moving. Prime Minister Netanyahu also there. This is the book of names, the names of all those Holocaust victims. A story, they said everyone, there's a name to every one of them. And of course, there's a life behind each one who has lived in this world, and they have relations, many who trace their, you know, have some connection to this place amongst the Jewish community across the world. So Prime Minister, of course, in a moment of solidarity and remembrance, paying his respects to the memory of the Holocaust victims. Indeed, and we can see that both leaders toured the Book of Names. It documents 4.8 million Jewish victims, and they participated in a memorial ceremony at the Hall of Remembrance. And the Prime Minister laid a wreath, as we saw. He observed a moment of silence. Indeed, this is the second visit that Prime Minister has made to this memorial, the Yad Vashem Memorial. a solemn moment there, which took place a little while earlier. This is the first event of the day for the Prime Minister today, and then he will be meeting with President Isaac Herzog, and then he will have delegation-level talks with Prime Minister Netanyahu, and there will be the signing of agreements as well later in the day. We did notice also that yesterday Prime Minister placed a wreath before entering into the Knesset, and that was in memory of victims of the recent terror attack of October 7th, 2023. Right. Let's bring in our guests once again. General Katoch, you were speaking and I, sort of came in, but perhaps you can share your views on what you're seeing.
No, I think this is a very moving ceremony. And it reminds me of the ceremonies which also take place in India Gate at our own war memorial, where anybody who comes there, and a very large number of civilians I know who have requested me, they wanted to go there and they have visited that place. They carry that sense, that very deep sense of respect for the soldiers who gave their lives. In this particular case, 4 million people who have laid down their lives, and their names are there. I think it's important to make just one statement. They're just not names; they are lives. There were people who had families, who had love, who had faith, who had everything which makes a human being, and then they were obliterated. We face the same situation here when we look at what happened in the Pahalgam massacre, where 26 people were killed. They weren't just 26 names; they were families.
Right.
And I think it's important that we remember all these things so that they are not repeated again. We have to remember so that these incidences do not take place again. Let there be no genocide the way it took place against the Jews, and let there be no massacres the way they have taken place in Pahalgam.
Indeed. Ambassador Bhattacharya, your views on what we are seeing right now, and also, Prime Minister yesterday spoke about moving forward with wisdom and humanity at the current time.
It is very important to know your history. One should never forget it, but one should not be bound by it, and therefore there has to be that respect for that past, but there has to be that process of moving on into the future. And this blend is something that comes through a certain feeling in civilizations like ours, which are plural in our orientation, and which have also gone through various, as most civilizations do, ups and downs. We understand this, but it is important to remember. And this is what a remembrance is, that you pay homage. You recall what had happened and hope and work so that it doesn't happen again. The future can still be bright, and therefore you must nurture the young people so that they can have a light at the end of the tunnel.
Sorry. General Katoch, Prime Minister yesterday in his address to the Knesset, looked for the way forward in terms of, he did mention, even with the current conflict that is the Gaza question. In terms of what India continues to stand with the two-state solution, and Prime Minister did mention there that, we need to deal with things with humanity and with wisdom as responsible people in the current times. How would you look at this in terms of, when we are remembering the past? These are all symbolic, of course, and also significant, but in taking forward a vision for the future, which is peaceful and at the same time secure.
I think the Prime Minister, this statement was very significant because the Prime Minister specifically said he talked about the two-state solution.
Right.
And in various interactions with the Israelis, they aren't very happy with the two-state solution, you see.
Right.
They want it all. Now, I don't think that is going to work, which is why I think it is important for the Prime Minister to actually make a mention that we have got to move on. There is something beyond conflict. Because if you don't have a two-state solution, perhaps we are going to be perpetually in conflict. So can we move ahead? That is what the United Nations has actually proposed, but this proposal was vetoed by, was not supported either by Israel or by the United States when we talk about the two-state solution. But it was important, I think, for the Prime Minister to mention it, specifically to say that, as the Ambassador also mentioned, we remember the past,
right,
but we need to look ahead and see what the future is going to be. Can that future be different? Can we have a different solution? Can we have peace?
right.
And in that peace process, what is the best way forward? Here again, Mark, what I mentioned earlier, I think India has got the goodwill of both the parties to be in a situation by which we will be trusted to lend our voice to what both parties perceive to be right.
Ambassador Bhattacharya, so in terms of this memorial, of course, it is a stark reminder of the brutality of the Holocaust, but it also probably, at some level will generate, the desire for revenge. And perhaps that is what, both you and General Katoch and even the Prime Minister is referring to as probably unnecessary at a current time like this to move on. And in that context, how do you think, does the Israeli state, in a sense, move on in terms of peace? Are they actually a nation that looks for peace?
I think the Israeli state is one that looks for peace, but what we have seen in recent times is that they have adopted the route of war to achieve that peace, and that particular war went on for a fairly long period of time. Revenge is the weakness of human spirit, and it is that weakness that brings about further destruction in your own self. I don't think this remembrance ceremony at the Holocaust Museum, for instance, is for revenge. It is for remembrance, but also for regeneration rather than revenge. I think if I may go back to that earlier question that you had raised about what are the options between Israel and Palestine. If you go back in history, it is important to remember that, just as we are remembering the remembrance today, in history, the two-state solution was actually accepted by the Israelis. It was the Palestinians who had initially rejected that idea. And then it was only after the Arab proposal came about that that became a much more common thing. But by that time, the Israeli position had changed. There is no option but to go for a two-state solution, because what happened at the end of the Second World War, when the State of Israel was created, was something in which you do need this understanding. And I think that is why on occasion, again and again, we, as the rest of the world have talked of the two-state solution. But the contours, the definition, and the elements of that two-state solution is something that must be decided through diplomatic, peaceful consultations between the two parties, which is Israel and Palestine. And it is not necessary that Israel needs to adopt war as a way to resolve this problem, because it will not. It is not necessary that the Palestinians need to take refuge in the Hamas and its ways. There is another way that the bulk of the Palestinians subscribe to, but it's only through those processes. And that's why Prime Minister said yesterday that we need to look ahead and we need to have the sense of humanity, because without that, you will only diminish yourself, in which you will be in this quest for power, but you will not have a solution.
General Katoch, apart from, of course, the two-state solution and the Israel-Palestine issue, there is the concern that Israel has with Iran. And that also, has led to war in the recent past. And the clouds of war continue. So in what way, do these, the Prime Minister's visit comes at a time like this, and he's sending out messages which are peaceful. How would you contextualize it?
It's very surprising that Israel and Iran, prior to the, when the Ayatollah took over Iran, they had excellent relations. It was only later, once the Ayatollah Khomeini came in and took over Iran, that was the time when the rupture started, because that time the Iranians leadership said that they will obliterate Israel from the face of the earth. Now, once one country starts saying that we want to obliterate the other country, then that leads to friction.
Right. We are also showing visuals of Prime Minister, signing the visitors' book, and now currently meeting, of course, with the President of Israel, Isaac Herzog. Go ahead, sir.
Yeah. So, if something like this happens, like I had one of the meetings with one of the former Israeli ambassadors, and he made it very clear. He said, if it talks like a duck and walks like a duck, we will think it is a duck. Basically, what you're trying to say is, if every time they threaten to obliterate us, we have to take that threat seriously. That is why the present problem is not so much of missiles, it is of nuclear weapons. Why Israel is concerned about Iran having a nuclear weapon is the possibility of it being used against Israel. And Israel is a small country. One nuclear weapon will annihilate it. So they cannot afford that. They cannot afford to take that risk. So they will always be on a militaristic path as far as Iran is concerned on the issue of nuclear weapons. And I think if that issue is taken out, I think both Iran and Israel can be friends again, as they were earlier. In a sense, they are natural allies and partners. They have been there before. Okay. And if the mutual trust can be built once again, I see no reason why there should be hostility between the two.
Ambassador Bhattacharya, could you provide us with context, to the visuals that we are seeing? Prime Minister Narendra Modi meeting the President of Israel, Isaac Herzog, before he, has the official the delegation level talks and the signing of agreements. Of course, the President of Israel is a largely symbolic office, but, give us the importance of this moment.
Prime Minister's meeting across a cross-section of people. Some of it is protocols, some of it is reaching out to the various shades of thought that exist in Israel. And like, it was mentioned earlier, as in India, which is a democracy, and Israel is also a democracy, there are these various shades of thought. So the meeting with the president is a ceremonial and protocol, but at the same time, it kind of represents this totality of the idea of what Israel stands for. You noticed and you'd mentioned about how at the Knesset, the differences that are internal came out during Prime Minister Netanyahu's comments. But when it comes to the presentation by a foreign dignitary and a brother and friend and a partner like India, they all came back because then there is unanimity. Prime Minister also met with different intellectuals, with the business community, technology leaders. So Prime Minister is reaching out to Israel because it is a very complex situation today. We know that just on the eve of Prime Minister's visit, there were strikes and protests in Tel Aviv, which were political in nature, against the government that's in place at this point of time. One of the older allies of the government was leading the protest. So it's important for us to engage with all groups because our deepest friendship is with Israel and the people of Israel. And of course, we work with the leaders of Israel as well. But that is something that should never be undermined.
General Katoch, how does Israel view India's role in shaping the future of West Asia and seeking stability and prosperity for all the nations there?
I think Israel has got great faith that India can be a very major player in bringing peace to the region. And this is primarily because while we had excellent relations with Israel for the past many decades, over the last, I will say, 10 to 15 years, we have built up a special relationship with the Arab world as well. And I think that's a very important thing. We didn't have that good a relationship with the Arab world earlier, which we have now. So because we have good relations with all the actors in West Asia, when you talk of Iran, Saudi Arabia, or you talk of Israel, or you talk of the Gulf countries, we are in a position actually based on the trust factor, the trust factor which India brings to that table to be a very major player in any rapprochement which takes place there.
The two leaders have also planted trees, and these visuals are coming in from Prime Minister's visit and meeting with the President of Israel, Isaac Herzog. This meeting has taken place a short while earlier. We continue to remain with these visuals. The planting of trees as well. I mean, after all, Israel was a desert, and we looked at, how drip irrigation has transformed the place. Ambassador Bhattacharya, agriculture is also a significant component of our cooperation. To what extent, is not only planting a tree symbolizes various other things, but in terms of, the productivity of the soil, what does it symbolize?
So I think the first thing is that this is a mark of respect for Mother Earth and the wealth that she gives all of us, which we should cherish and nurture. And when we plant the tree, we actually help the ecology of our planet Earth. And we look at it in the concept of Mother Earth. And I think a lot of these tree planting sessions that we've had in different parts of the world, often led by Prime Minister himself, have had this particular focus in mind, apart from the ceremonial one of planting a tree, sharing a tree from India sometimes. So that is the symbolic part of it. But I think you're right. There is actually a deeper connect through the very strong agricultural connect we have. India and Israel have worked together in the establishment of centers of excellence, where we look at high-yielding varieties, we look at specific processes which we through which we develop those. The drip irrigation system, which incidentally has a very strong India connect, because one of the principal innovators of drip technology in Israel is a person of Indian origin. And he collaborates with Israeli and American industry very actively. And then, of course, to look at watershed management, because it is really what we need is an integrated approach towards Mother Earth. And we have watershed management programs with Israel, which are currently operating in central India as well as parts of western India. And these are interesting because what we have in these is the blend of Indian traditional practices and knowledge for watershed management with the Israeli technologies that they have developed. And they've changed vast tracts of desert into arable land, lush fields which yield fruits and so on. So we are now combining these two together, where the best knowledge output of both sides is coming together. And agriculture is one of those areas where this is happening.
General Katoch, would you want to comment on this aspect of, tree plantation and its symbol?
No, I personally feel that tree plantation is a very sacred part of any visit. It is deeply symbolic. Ultimately, when I'm looking into the future presently, I think the biggest danger which we are facing is in the environment. The degradation which has taken place all across in many parts of the world, especially in India, when we look at our mountains, when we see the way the glaciers are, the speed at which the glaciers are melting, I think these are very, very dangerous signs. And one of the ways to prevent it is really tree plantation. Of course, we've got to rejuvenate our forests and our mountains, get back the green cover again. This is symbolic, yes, but I think the symbolism is very important, and hopefully over the years, we will be able to get our environment in better shape than what it is today.
If you look at, the big picture, Ambassador Bhattacharya, Israel is pivoting towards Asia, and India also acts as a bridge in a sense between the East and the West. So to what extent, is this visit contributing to both of those goals?
This visit has, to my mind, two specific objectives, one which will be stated much more openly, and one which is something that still requires discussion. The open part is this beautiful part of our bilateral relations, and I think this is something that is going from strength to strength, expanding into new areas, becoming more future-oriented, involving more and more people, engaging the youth. And that is, I think, something that we have no difficulty with, and we are very, very close partners. The other part is, how do we bring about this new realignment in global structures where geopolitics is in flux, and the flux is not just in West Asia and its politics and security, but it is there in so many other parts of the world as well, where we need these consultations so that leaders are exchanging their views, and so that we can come towards a better understanding of what is the shape of the future going to be. What is the role for emerging powers? Prime Minister Netanyahu talked of India yesterday as a global power. And in some ways, he's not incorrect, because India will be a global power. And therefore, these things have to be factored in. We see that Israel has been kind of not particularly happy with the developments of the Chinese reaction to many of the recent things in the region, and therefore it reaches out to countries like India, Korea, Japan, in the Asian continent. We also see other realignments that are happening. Is there a possibility of the revival of the Abraham Accord? Because that was one in which the Arab world bought onto the idea of a future in which Israel a partner. And so these are the adjustments that are taking place. And I dare say that Prime Minister has already had consultations, discussions with Prime Minister Netanyahu last evening when they had their private dinner. And I'm sure this will be touched upon in the discussions to come about as well.
General Katoch, we can see that there is a great personal rapport between Prime Minister Modi and Prime Minister Netanyahu. How does this influence the trajectory of the relationship? Because, I mean, even when Prime Minister went in 2017, Netanyahu was the Prime Minister then, and we saw, the relationship certainly getting the leaders leading the relationship in a sense.
No, I think it's very important when the leaders have a rapport with each other. It makes the functioning of the lower administration far simpler. That element of trust again comes in. But let us also remember, it is actually national interests which will dictate the relationship between two countries. So those interests first have to converge. And if we have those convergence of interests, then a rapport at the leadership level really strengthens that relationship. It gives it a power which it wouldn't have otherwise had. So I think, merely having a leader-to-leader relationship without a strategic convergence, that doesn't work. But having a strategic convergence and then having a leadership, a rapprochement, both the leaders thinking alike and getting along well with each other, then that strategic convergence, I think it gets a boost. And that is a very important aspect. This is what we are seeing now in the relationship between India and Israel.
And not only with Israel, Ambassador Bhattacharya, but with other countries as well. How important is it for, the leader, the principal, to take forward the relationship, in a sense, with a vision and direction?
You said it right. It's really a question of vision, because in most cases, unless the relationship is one which is based entirely on animosity and competition, most relationships are a mix of cooperation, competition, and there could even be conflict. So how you manage these three C's of cooperation, competition, and conflict is something that leaders can play a very determining role in. And the kind of emphasis that you provide, the kind of levers that you use, and how do you leverage so that you build a relationship that is based on mutual respect, on sovereignty, and at the end of the day, make sure that the people of your country benefit from that particular process in terms of their empowerment and realization of aspirations. And I think what we have seen in recent times in many of our partnerships is that this has always been at the core of the way we've developed our relationships, and particularly so in the case of our strategic partners.
So we are viewing that, the relationship's trajectory is certainly moving forward in terms of, in 2017, it became a strategic partnership, and now perhaps a special strategic partnership. And obviously the areas of convergence are increasing. But Israel, of course, as was mentioned yesterday, is even though we have old civilizations and everything, is a very small country compared to the gigantic size of India. In this context, I mean, what are the dynamics at play here?
No, Israel may be a small country when you're looking at it physically or in terms of population. That's true. But you see, when we talk of skills, I think they bring great skills to the table, whether it is technology or any other thing, and they are world leaders. So I won't look at them as small in the technology field at all. They are giants in technology. They are competing with the best. They are competing even with the United States in certain aspects. But at the same time, India has also got certain advantages in technology which we can share with the Israelis. So ultimately, when I am looking at the India-Israel relationship, it is not going to be that Israel is giving us technology and we are taking it. I think it is much more than that. India is in a position to assist them in certain technological fields, especially in space, in missiles, etc. I think both of us can share technologies. So we are in I would say we are in a very sweet spot as far as Israel is concerned. They are small in terms of size. We are big in terms of size, but I think we are equally matched as far as technological capability is concerned, as far as our interests are concerned, and that I think is a very important aspect of the relationship.
Ambassador Bhattacharya, in the 30-plus years of the relationship between India and Israel, to what extent has the relationship grown in terms of let's say, content and substance, and in what ways have positions, geopolitical positions, remained the same?
We actually had a relationship with Israel even before we established diplomatic partnership. The diplomatic relations were established only in the 90s, but even before that, there were many areas in which we collaborated on both sides, and we had consultations. But this has certainly picked up momentum. I often think that when we look at two systems, and they're all sovereign entities in that particular sense, when we look at two systems, there are certain complementary factors and there could be certain competing factors. With the two partners being India and Israel, you find very little in terms of competition, but more and more of the collaborative aspects that come out of this relationship. The knowledge area is one in which India is a thought leader. India is a technology powerhouse. But Israel has niche areas of technology that it has developed to global standards. And therefore, that provides that substance where the huge education and institutional base of India can complement the Israeli niche areas of technology advancement. In terms of the kind of aspirations, we are very alike. So I think if we look at it over the last 30-odd years, I would say it's followed a trajectory that has had very few bumps. But what we need to inject into it is that it becomes immune, because the only thing that has affected it is not the relation between the two of us, but the relation that each of us may have with the rest of the world or the region around us. And therefore, we need to work together to make that less of a factor. Because, for instance, why has IMEC not progressed in the manner that we hope? And part of the reason is the instability in the region. So are there ways in which we can bring stability to the region? And that, I think, is the next hurdle to cross.
General Katoch, so how do we move forward in terms of, let's see, when we've been constantly looking at the events that have been taking place, and we see that now the real important aspect is of the bilateral engagement in terms of, the delegation level talks. What are your expectations? I mean, something different that is likely to come out from the past?
No, I don't think there'll be something dramatically different from the past. We have a strong relationship, and that is going to be maintained. In today's world, simply maintaining a strong relationship, I think, is a very important step. So that is going to be maintained. And in certain fields, in defense technology, I think there will be certain convergences which may not come out in the public domain, but which will be there, as a form of understanding, and that will be mutually beneficial, in my view, to both the countries.
On that note, I'd like to thank our guests, Major General Dhruv Katoch, Director of the India Foundation, and Ambassador Sanjay Bhattacharya. Thank you very much, former Secretary, Ministry of External Affairs, for putting this visit into context. Of course, we continue to give you news and updates that are coming in from Jerusalem and Tel Aviv. We'll get those inputs from our correspondent Shubhendu as and when he gives them to us. Right now, the Prime Minister will be meeting with Prime Minister Netanyahu. They will be having one-on-one as well as delegation-level talks, and then the signing of agreements, and then the Prime Minister will conclude his visit. Thank you very much for watching For the Moment. Namaskar.
Welcome to Delhi. One of India's newest states. One of India's oldest lands. Jharkhand is a hidden. Take a front seat to witness the grandeur. That Gar Firdaus Barruez.
Can the US?
Live from New Delhi, you're watching DD India Live, India's Voice to the World. I'm Siddharth Bharadwaj. Coming up in the next 30 minutes. Prime Minister Narendra Modi lays wreath at Yad Vashem Holocaust Museum in Jerusalem. Observes a moment of silence, also signs visitor's book. Prime Minister Narendra Modi to hold bilateral talks with Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu in Tel Aviv, defense and security partnership and issues of mutual interests on agenda. US-Iran to resume another round of talks in Geneva today. Iran's President Pezeshkian says Tehran's not seeking nuclear weapons. On the concluding day of his two-day state visit, Prime Minister Narendra Modi visited Yad Vashem, Israel's official Holocaust memorial, accompanied by Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu and Yad Vashem Chairman Dani Dayan. The leaders toured the Book of Names, documenting 4.8 million Jewish victims and participated in a memorial ceremony at the Hall of Remembrance. Prime Minister Narendra Modi laid a wreath, observed a moment of silence and signed the guest book. This marks PM Modi's second Yad Vashem visit, underscoring India-Israel solidarity against hatred. The tribute preceded delegation-level talks, MOU exchanges and meetings with President Isaac Herzog. PM Modi also planted a sapling in the grove of the righteous among the nations, symbolizing hope, remembrance and enduring India-Israel friendship against hatred. On the second and last day of Israel visit, Prime Minister Narendra Modi will be holding a delegation-level talks with his Israeli counterpart Benjamin Netanyahu. Both the leaders are expected to discuss ways to further strengthening cooperation across various domains, including science and technology, innovation, agriculture, water management, technology, defense and security, trade and investment, as well as people-to-people ties. The leaders will also exchange views on the regional and global issues of mutual interest. India and Israel are strategic partners. The expansion of defense and security partnership is in focus during Prime Minister Narendra Modi's visit to Israel. DD India correspondent Shubhendu Ghosh brings us more.
On day 2 of his official visit to Israel, Prime Minister Narendra Modi will hold bilateral talks with his Israeli counterpart PM Benjamin Netanyahu. India-Israel defense cooperation remains one of the most robust and strategically vital bilateral partnerships, evolving from arms imports to joint development, co-production and technology sharing. It is driven by shared security concerns, including terrorism. Following the Gaza conflict, Israel is actively executing strategic pivot to Asia to diversify its economic, tech and defense partnerships. Between 2020 and 2024, Israel supplied 13% of India's total arms imports, while India accounted for 34% of Israel's defense exports. An MOU was inked in 2025 to enable sharing of advanced tech and promote co-development and co-production of defense equipments. Israel's expertise in air defense could be an important addition to India's arsenal.
I see India and Israel defense ties as a capability partnership shared by together regional environment. India faces persistent security pressures, but it also had managed escalation risks. That is why it invests in tools that create decision time and operational flexibility. Air defense, ISR, drones, counter-drones, precision, and cyber. The Israeli advantage is not only equipment, but the ability to integrate systems and learn quickly under pressure.
As India expands its defense infrastructure and indigenous manufacturing capability, Israel continues to be an important partner, especially with its expertise in tech and innovation. Prime Minister Modi's visit to Israel is expected to achieve a new breakthrough in security cooperation. With camera person Anand Kumar, Shubhendu Ghosh for DD India, Jerusalem.
All right, and joining me on the broadcast is Major General Dhruv Katoj. Sir, a very warm welcome to the broadcast. This indeed is a very significant visit by Prime Minister Narendra Modi to Israel. Can you just tell us about the significance of this visit as far as the defense front is concerned?
You know, it is significant on many aspects, but before I get to the defense,
Yeah.
seeing the geopolitical situation in the world today,
Right.
Seeing the disturbances which are taking place right from the Russia-Ukraine war and then what is happening in the Gulf right now. I think this visit now, it comes at such a time by which the eyes of the whole world will be on this. They will be looking at Prime Minister Modi visiting Israel and meeting with Netanyahu. Perhaps everybody's thinking that because of this visit, something, there could be some sort of a peace accord may come about, or at least the hostility levels may reduce. That is one aspect of it. On the defense aspect, I think it's going to be very significant for India especially, when we are talking of upper-end defense technology,
Right.
For a very long time, we have been purchasing systems from Israel. When we look at the UAVs like the Heron, or we look at loitering munitions, or we even look at the air-to-ground missiles, which we have fitted onto our fourth-generation fighter aircraft. Now, a large portion of that has come from Israel. I think there's going to be a step up now. It is going to be, we'll be looking into joint manufacturers, right? And India being the bigger power, I think that will also, when we do this jointly, it will also assist Israel. This relationship, I think, is not going to be a one-sided relationship. It is going to be, we also have the technological expertise, the capabilities. When we're looking at space and cyber, while Israel has tremendous cyber capabilities, India's capabilities are also immense. So we can share on those capabilities. And the last aspect on defense, which I think which is very important for both, is in terms of counterterrorism.
Right.
We have similar challenges. Their threats are different and our threats are different, but countering those threats, the procedures are the same. And I think the best practices can be shared by both countries. Intelligence can be shared by both countries. It has already been done. It is not something which is new. It's already being done. But I think a further boost can be given to that so that we can bring peace to our borders and they can bring peace to theirs.
Definitely. Not just on the defense front, but overall, when we look at the relationship between India and Israel, this visit is very, very significant because it will give an impetus, to the relationship between both the countries, not just in the defense sector, but in every sector as well. What are your views on this?
I have always believed that the India-Israel relationship is much more than simply deals, whether it is in, terms of...
it goes beyond diplomacy.
It goes beyond. It is the human element. Now, I just want to give you a small thing. When the 67 Arab-Israel war took place, the very first time, I was a small kid that time.
Right.
That time, of course, the policy of the government of India was different, and it was tilted towards the Arab world. I'm not talking about the merits or demerits of that. I'm just talking about what the reality was.
Okay.
But at that point of time, if you see the newspapers and you see the public comments, the public opinion was very firmly in favor of Israel. Right from that time. And this public opinion, the people-to-people connect between India and Israel has been maintained ever since 1948. There is some sort of a thing, they've been through a very rough time. When they went through the Holocaust, 4.8 million people died. And from there, from 48 onwards, they had a challenge in building their country. The very first war took place in 1948 itself. And then they have been into a series of conflicts. And they have fought and survived. I think India likes that. We've also been through many challenges.
Right.
We faced of a different nature, obviously, but we faced tremendous challenges right from the partition. Then going on to 62, then going into the 65 war with Pakistan, and then for the last 3 to 4 decades, the terrorism which we have faced. So we have these challenges; they have their challenges, and I think both of us have overcome our challenges to a very large extent. We have grown. We are today the 4th largest economy, the fastest growing large economy. The most, in a sense, a civilizational power which is trusted. And Israel has got its own strengths. So we have tremendous convergences. Our strategic interests converge. I don't see any divergence at all in our relationship. And the people-to-people connect, I think, is the strongest. That is our strength. The rest, everything, the prime ministers, they're very, very friendly to each other. That gives a boost to the relationship. There will be a lot of technical, agreements that are going to come about, and some will not be mentioned. There will be certain defense agreements which will be kept confidential. But there'll be quite a few things which will come out, and I think it's going to be beneficial to both the countries. And it is my view that perhaps this will also be a boost for peace in West Asia.
Definitely, and also the kind of love that Prime Minister Narendra Modi received in Israel, the way he was welcomed and received love from the diaspora population as well, speaks a lot about the popularity of Prime Minister Narendra Modi. And also, he's now in the 100 million club when it comes to his Instagram followers.
Actually, we were hearing that news yesterday. I think it's a very significant achievement if you can overtake President Trump. On the Insta.
It's double the size of what the followers of US President.
The way President Trump really goes after a following. And Prime Minister Modi doesn't.
Yeah.
You see, he doesn't go after a following.
You're right.
The following comes to him.
Right.
So I think that's been a very significant achievement. Popularity level scales, but you know, it's if you ask, I have met people in the United States who have come here, and the thing is, you speak to a taxi driver and somebody goes there and they say, "Where are you from?" He said, "From India," and they will say, "Okay, you're from Narendra Modi's country."
Yeah.
You know, that level of the outreach of the Prime Minister to practically all parts of the world, I think that has been tremendous. I think there is no country in the world which won't know who the Prime Minister of India is. That itself is a significant achievement.
Definitely. With this, thank you so much for joining in on DD India Live. Thank you.
Thank you.
In a landmark diplomatic moment, Prime Minister Narendra Modi addressed Israel's parliament, the Knesset, in Jerusalem, becoming the first Indian Prime Minister to do so. He received a standing ovation from lawmakers, expressed solidarity with Israel over the October 7 terror attack, and was conferred the Speaker of the Knesset Medal, the highest parliamentary honor. Here's a report.
In a historic moment, Prime Minister Narendra Modi on Wednesday addressed Israel's parliament during his two-day state visit, becoming the first Indian Prime Minister to do so. Israel's Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu and Knesset Speaker Amir Ohana welcomed him with full ceremonial honors. The Prime Minister received a rousing reception, loud applause, and a standing ovation. In his address, Prime Minister Narendra Modi condoled the victims of the October 7, 2023 Hamas attack.
I also carry with me the deepest condolences of the people of India for every life lost and for every family whose world was shattered in the barbaric terrorist attack by Hamas on October 7. We feel your pain. We share your grief. India stands with Israel firmly, with full conviction in this moment and beyond.
All right, let's take you across to Israel now, where Prime Minister Narendra Modi is.
India is an essential part of the great future of the Middle East. And the Middle East is an essential part of the great future of India. I saw your record number of growth, your economic growth is something that is attracting the whole world. It's fantastic. And I wanted to suggest in practicality that, you know, we see the young Indian people all over the world with their brains and innovation. We see them in universities and colleges and research centers, of course, in India. And I think that with the various changes in the geostrategic situation, including in the possibility of learning in higher institutions around the world, Indian universities and Israeli universities have a golden opportunity of sharing know-how together for the future of our young generations. And I encourage your brilliant young Indian students to come to study in Israel. And I encourage the Israeli brilliant students to study in India. And I believe, in conclusion, that the fact that this connectivity between Israel and India can change the entire geostrategic situation towards the advantages of the global South and the connectivity between even the United States to Southeast Asia through the Eastern Hemisphere. So, you know, we know you lead the world in so many fields, and we are very moved and excited that you're here with us. Toda rabba.
Thank you, Excellency. राष्ट्रपति जी, आपने जिस उम्दा शब्दों से हम सबका स्वागत किया है, इसके लिए मैं आपका बहुत बहुत आभारी हूं। और मैं देख रहा हूं कि कल से जिस प्रकार से मेरा और मेरे डेलीगेशन का इजराइल में स्वागत सम्मान हुआ है, वो भारत के प्रति, भारतीयों के प्रति इजराइल के दिलों में जो गहरा लगाव है उसका प्रतिबिंब है, और इसके लिए मैं बहुत बहुत आभार व्यक्त करता हूँ। एक्सेलेंसी, आपने सही कहा कि भारत और इजराइल का संबंध अनेक क्षेत्रों में बड़ी मजबूती के साथ ग्लोबल गुड के लिए काम आ सकता है। साइंस हो, इनोवेशन हो, एजुकेशनल इंस्टीट्यूशंस हो, और कुछ चीज़ों में तो आपने बहुत बड़ी महारत है, खास करके पानी के संबंध में, एग्रीकल्चर के संबंध में। और भारत इजराइल की बहुत सी अच्छी चीज़ों को आज भी भारत में, खास करके एग्रीकल्चर में लागू करने का प्रयास करता है, और उसके अच्छे परिणाम भी निकल रहे हैं। राष्ट्रपति जी, मेरी खुशी है कि मुझे इसके पहले भी आपको अलग अलग जगह पे मिलने का मौका मिला है। मैंने आपको विचारों की स्पष्टता सुनी है, भारत के प्रति आपका मान सम्मान का भाव देखा है, और इसके लिए मैं भी आपका बहुत आभारी हूँ। और राष्ट्रपति जी, आज मुझे मौका है, जब मैं आपके पास आया हूँ, भारत के लोग आपका स्वागत करने के लिए बहुत उत्सुक हैं, और इसलिए मैं विशेष रूप से आपको भारत आने का निमंत्रण देता हूँ। और मैं आपसे आग्रह करूँगा कि सिर्फ दिल्ली आकर के मत जाना, कुछ समय ज़्यादा निकालना, ताकि भारत के अन्य कुछ स्थानों को भी, वहाँ के लोगों को भी आपका स्वागत करने का अवसर मिले।
Prime Minister Modi, your visit to Israel is exciting the Israeli people with your friendship, with your honesty and frankness, and with the expression of compassion and alliance with Israel and its story. I believe that India is an essential part of the great future of the Middle East. And the Middle East is an essential part of the great future of India. I saw your record number of growth. Your economic growth is something that is attracting the whole world. It's fantastic. And I wanted to suggest in practicality that, you know, we see the young Indian people all over the world with their brains and innovation. We see them in universities and colleges and research centers, of course, in India. And I think that with the various changes in the geostrategic situation, including in the possibility of learning in higher institutions around the world, Indian universities and Israeli universities have a golden opportunity of sharing know-how together for the future of our young generations. And I encourage your brilliant young Indian students to come to study in Israel, and I encourage the Israeli brilliant students to study in India. And I believe, in conclusion, that the fact that this connectivity between Israel and India can change the entire geostrategic situation towards the advantages of the global south and the connectivity between even the United States to Southeast Asia through the Eastern Hemisphere. So, you know, we know you lead the world in so many fields, and we are very moved and excited that you're here with us. Toda rabba.
थैंक यू एक्सेलेंसी। राष्ट्रपति जी, आपने जिस उम्दा शब्दों से हम सबका स्वागत किया है, इसके लिए मैं आपका बहुत बहुत आभारी हूँ। और मैं देख रहा हूँ कि कल से जिस प्रकार से मेरा और मेरे डेलीगेशन का इजराइल में स्वागत सम्मान हुआ है, वो भारत के प्रति, भारतीयों के प्रति इजराइल के दिलों में जो गहरा लगाव है उसका प्रतिबिंब है, और इसके लिए मैं बहुत बहुत आभार व्यक्त करता हूँ। एक्सेलेंसी, आपने सही कहा कि भारत और इजराइल का संबंध अनेक क्षेत्रों में बड़ी मजबूती के साथ ग्लोबल गुड के लिए काम आ सकता है। साइंस हो, इनोवेशन हो, एजुकेशनल इंस्टीट्यूशंस हो, और कुछ चीज़ों में तो आपने बहुत बड़ी महारत है, खास करके पानी के संबंध में, एग्रीकल्चर के संबंध में। और भारत इजराइल की बहुत सी अच्छी चीज़ों को आज भी भारत में, खास करके एग्रीकल्चर में, लागू करने का प्रयास करता है और उसके अच्छे परिणाम भी निकल रहे हैं। राष्ट्रपति जी, मेरी खुशी है कि मुझे इसके पहले भी आपको अलग अलग जगह पे मिलने का मौका मिला है। मैंने आपको विचारों की स्पष्टता सुनी है, भारत के प्रति आपका मान सम्मान का भाव देखा है और इसके लिए मैं भी आपका बहुत आभारी हूँ। और राष्ट्रपति जी, आज मुझे मौका है, जब मैं आपके पास आया हूँ, भारत के लोग आपका स्वागत करने के लिए बहुत उत्सुक हैं और इसलिए मैं विशेष रूप से आपको भारत आने का निमंत्रण देता हूँ। और मैं आपसे आग्रह करूँगा कि सिर्फ दिल्ली आकर के मत जाना, कुछ समय ज़्यादा निकालना, ताकि भारत के अन्य कुछ स्थानों को भी, वहाँ के लोगों को भी आपका स्वागत।
That's all for this edition of DD India Live, but let us know your thoughts on the news of the day. For those on the go, you can get all the latest news and updates from India and across the world on DD India mobile app. The app is available on both Android and iOS platforms. And we'll be back with more news as it breaks here on DD India. I'm Siddharth Bharadwaj from all of us here in Delhi. Thanks for watching DD India Live.
Welcome to DD India, where a billion voices unite, connecting viewers to the stories that matter. India is not just another news channel. It's the international channel that puts the spotlight on the global south, bringing you stories from the heart of emerging economies, dynamic cultures, and transformative voices. As the international news channel of India's public broadcaster Prasar Bharati, DD India delivers high-quality content from every corner of the globe, focusing on the stories that shape our future. We don't just report news. We connect you to India's voice in the global narrative, from current affairs to culture, from economic growth to sustainable development, and the ever-evolving world order. DD India gives you a comprehensive view of the world around us. Stay connected, stay informed, and embrace the stories that shape our lives. DD India, India's voice to the world.
Tamil Nadu.
Open your mind to a whole new world. Explore mystic wonders of nature in the forests.
Can the US launch a bombing campaign against Iran? The Philippines vessel suffered structural damage. The saga of child sexual abuse is the United States China's debt trap strategy. Truth is stranger than fiction. But sometimes hard to uncover. Trust us to tell the truth, unadulterated and pure, of every story that matters to you. You read between the lines, cut the clutter, and connect the dots to get you the full picture. Watch Connecting the Dots at these times with me, only on DD India.
Welcome to Jaipur.
Hello and welcome to the special broadcast of DD India. Prime Minister Narendra Modi, on the second day of his visit to Israel, is scheduled to hold delegation-level talks with his counterpart, Benjamin Netanyahu. I am Gautam Roy.
Day 2 of Prime Minister Narendra Modi's visit to Israel marks a decisive step forward in building India-Israel strategic partnership. So today's engagements, formal ones, will focus on deepening cooperation in technology, defense, agriculture, innovation, reaffirming a partnership rooted in trust and geared towards the future. I'm Tanvi Taneja.
And Prime Minister Modi earlier today paid homage at Yad Vashem, Israel's Holocaust Museum. This solemn visit underscored India's respect for history, resilience, and the shared values of humanity that bind the two nations together.
Yes, Prime Minister Narendra Modi has also met Israeli President Dr. Isaac Herzog, and he has been conferred yesterday with the Speaker of the Knesset medal in recognition of his exceptional contribution in strengthening strategic relations between India and Israel. So the next 2 hours or so, we'll connect with our correspondents, experts joining us on the show to understand the significance of this visit.
Well, Prime Minister Narendra Modi visited Yad Vashem, the World Holocaust Remembrance Center. He was accompanied by Israel's Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu and Yad Vashem chairperson Danny Dayan. Prime Minister Modi also visited the poignant Book of Names Hall, a powerful tribute preserving the memory of millions who perished during the Holocaust.
The Book of Names contains 4.8 million Holocaust victims' names. The leaders also participated in a memorial ceremony at the Hall of Remembrance. Prime Minister also laid a wreath and paid homage to victims of the Holocaust.
This visit marks Prime Minister Modi's second Yad Vashem stop, underscoring India-Israel solidarity against hatred. The memorial stands as a solemn reminder of the brutality of the past and our collective resolve to stand against injustice and create a better world.
Also today, a little while ago, we saw Prime Minister Narendra Modi meeting Israeli President Dr. Isaac Herzog as part of his state visit. Prime Minister Narendra Modi also signed a visitor's book at the museum. Dr. Isaac Herzog appreciated India's economic growth in his remarks. And Prime Minister Narendra Modi also thanked the Israeli president for the welcome.
And the PM, along with the Israeli president, also planted a tree in the grove of the righteous among the nations, symbolizing hope, remembrance, and enduring India-Israel friendship against hatred.
Prime Minister Narendra Modi engaged in key bilateral discussions with President Isaac Herzog at the presidential residence. Following his tribute at the Yad Vashem Holocaust Memorial, the leaders started with a cordial tete-a-tete, followed by an expanded bilateral meeting.
Well, the talks were centered on bolstering the India-Israel strategic partnership, covering bilateral relations, parliamentary cooperation, innovation, technology, defense, regional stability amid West Asia tensions, and advancing the proposed free trade agreement. Prime Minister Modi emphasized shared democratic values, mutual commitment to counter-terrorism, global good, and enduring friendship.
President Herzog warmly welcomed Prime Minister Modi, expressing delight at the deepening ties and Israel's appreciation for India's steadfast solidarity, while highlighting the historic significance of the visit in strengthening people-to-people ties and strategic bonds.
Let's now take you across live to DD India. Shubhendu Ghosh joining us from Jerusalem. Shubhendu, the day already part of solemnity as well as a bit officious with that meeting with President Herzog. But tell us what else is in store for today, because that is going to be the key part in terms of what we learn about the outcomes of this visit, won't it?
That's right, Gautam. Perhaps in many ways the most significant part of the day is sort of yet to begin. The bilateral engagement between Prime Minister Modi's delegation and the delegation of his Israeli counterpart, Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. Expectations are quite high. The kind of relationship, friendship that the two countries, the two leaders share. The two countries already enjoy strategic partnership. It's been 9 years since the ties were elevated to strategic partnership. We are on standby, in fact, for that bilateral engagement to begin. I am in the briefing room after the bilateral meeting ends. This is where the leaders are going to come and deliver their press statements. A lot of expectations in the area of innovation and technology partnership. Defense and security continues to be the cornerstone of this relationship between India and Israel, the manner in which it will be taken forward. We know we are already in conversation as far as joint production of technologies and defense equipments are concerned. An agreement in that context has already been signed early last year, if you recall that. And now we'll have to see what are going to be the tangible outcomes in these sectors. Agriculture, water management are also areas where Israeli innovations are very impactful, and India has been engaging with Israel on that front. People-to-people linkages. There is already a mechanism for organized workforce mobilization from India to Israel. But these countries have unique demographic situations. Israel, especially around the peak of the Gaza conflict, had a crunch of skilled and semi-skilled workers. And India, we know, is a global talent pool of workers with diverse skill levels. So there was this organized partnership between India and Israel to move the kind of semi-skilled workers, particularly in caregiving, in construction sector that they were in need of. That could be expanded further. But we're learning from sources that this partnership in innovation and technology sharing is something that both leaders are very, very keen on. India just coming from the AI Impact Summit. And just yesterday, Prime Minister here in Jerusalem engaged with some Israeli tech leaders, startups, who are very keen, who had a very ready model, the manner in which they want to expand their work in India and make it a win-win partnership for both India and Israel. So all these issues in focus with this very most important meeting of the visit, if I may say, is yet to begin.
Okay, Shubhendu, tell us a bit more about the reception given to Prime Minister Narendra Modi at the Presidential Palace by Dr. Isaac Herzog. We heard the comments where Dr. Isaac Herzog was very appreciative of India's economic rise.
That's right. It's a very special visit as Prime Minister had at the Presidential Palace. He was warmly welcomed by President Isaac Herzog, and the two leaders have also met earlier. They share a very warm rapport. Israel, President, both have been very appreciative of the kind of developmental growth that India has made, the kind of support that India lends to Israel. The country really values it in global geopolitics. To stand shoulder to shoulder, to have convergences, particularly in domains of issues of terrorism, of solidarity. Those are elements which are deeply appreciated by the President. And we also saw the Prime Minister yesterday at Knesset speaking very passionately about how he values Prime Minister's presence at the Knesset when he became the first Prime Minister to deliver the address. And the visit at the Presidential Palace, Tanvi, was a very cordial one, very friendly one. Both leaders exchanged their thoughts on the kind of development agenda that they're going ahead with their respective countries and the areas of convergence. That's the key word, really. There's always been comfort in the relations between India and Israel, with deeper convergence. And what are the sectors which are ready to be able to take that forward? And in that, we also see perhaps a certain roadmap emerging as to the manner in which in the coming decade, the past decade of strategic partnership between India and Israel, a lot of technology sharing. We are on the cusp of joint production. A lot of technology is now. The next decade is full of potential, is what the leaders and stakeholders say. We just on standby to learn what is that roadmap going to be. What are the areas which will have a specific focus? And those were also the elements that the conversation that President and Prime Minister had a short while earlier today.
Right, Shubhendu, also tell us about the address that Prime Minister Modi delivered at the Knesset yesterday and the honor that he got. How was this entire experience received, really, by the people there, not just in the Knesset, the members there, but the Israeli people?
Gautam, if I can just share a context of the warmth and friendship between India and Israel and the people before I specifically come to your question. Wherever we go, when people ask us where you're from and we say India, there's been a consistent experience, whether we talk about engagement with school children or with diplomats and leaders and tech leaders and corporate. There's such great degree of bonhomie between people of India and Israel, something that comes so naturally to them. So many of them have, about 85,000 of them had Indian roots. They emigrated to Israel. So that is really the foundation of the people-to-people ties. And in such a context, when a leader of the country, Prime Minister Modi in this case, comes to Israel, there's been great excitement around it. People, before he arrived, were curious, when is he coming? How long will he stay? What is the plan? So people on the streets have been curious about what this relationship entails and what will Prime Minister Modi bring in terms of his ideas for the speech. And after the speech, we saw how historic it was. There was chanting of Modi, Modi. That is, we've seen those images in sort of domestic political programs, perhaps, but there were no Indian politicians as such in the Knesset. There were parliamentarians of a foreign country, but they chanted Prime Minister's name in a manner that they have admiration for him, the manner in which Prime Minister could, in a very, very sensitive way, touch upon the chords that connect India and Israel. Even in doing so, as a statesman, keeping in view India's own strategic autonomy, he also spoke about Palestine, how India has always been supportive of peaceful resolution of the negotiations. So all these elements bring about a great deal of respect for the leader.
Also, Shubhendu, if we could mention...
Yeah.
Yes, also Shubhendu, I was saying if you could mention the respect and admiration Prime Minister Narendra Modi holds even in the opposition circles of the Knesset. Yes, we heard that the opposition members boycotted the address of Benjamin Netanyahu, but were very much inside the chambers to listen to Prime Minister Narendra Modi. And in fact, Yair Lapid also on social media time and again has said that Prime Minister Narendra Modi is a friend of Israel in tough times.
That's right, Tanvi. That's very rightly put. In fact, there's very interesting visuals where we saw a certain coming together of sort of domestic politics and international engagement. There may be differences between the government and the opposition in Israel, and I mean, all countries have that in a political context. But when it comes to acknowledging the presence of a leader who represents 140 billion from a powerful country, from a powerful partner, supportive partner, friendly country like India, then you really come together. So that kind of bipartisan support that Prime Minister enjoys across different countries, but here in Israel also, even while in domestic context, Prime Minister Netanyahu may be facing certain challenges from the opposition, but they all came together to listen to the Prime Minister's address. And they also spoke very clearly that Prime Minister is a friend of Israel, irrespective of who's in power. So that speaks volumes about statesman-like stature that Prime Minister had in global geopolitics here in Israel, but it also talks about the stature of India. The kind of friendship, the kind of partnership that India offers to Israel, Israel respects that, and irrespective of the political motivations of the domestic politicians, all of them gathered. And we saw the manner in which there was standing ovation, the Knesset medal that was accorded to Prime Minister, all of it speaking volumes about the stature, the respect that Prime Minister enjoys, that India enjoys in Israel's views.
Yes, certainly, Shubhendu. Thanks a lot for joining us for the moment from Jerusalem there. Shubhendu Ghosh telling us about what lies in store for the rest of the day today, day 2 of Prime Minister Modi's visit, and also the highlights of day 1 as well, where the PM addressed the Israeli parliament, the Knesset. Now, earlier, if we go back to what happened on Wednesday in a landmark diplomatic moment, Prime Minister Modi addressed Israel's parliament, the Knesset, in Jerusalem, becoming the first Indian Prime Minister to do so.
Yes, he received a standing ovation from lawmakers, as Shubhendu was telling us, expressing solidarity with Israel over the October 7th terror attacks. And Prime Minister Modi was conferred with the Speaker of the Knesset medal, the highest parliamentary honour. A report.
In a historic moment, Prime Minister Narendra Modi on Wednesday addressed Israel's parliament during his 2-day state visit, becoming the first Indian Prime Minister to do so. Israel's Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu and Knesset Speaker Amir Ohana welcomed him with full ceremonial honors. The Prime Minister received a rousing reception, loud applause and a standing ovation. In his address, Prime Minister Narendra Modi condoled the victims of the October 7, 2023 Hamas attack.
I also carry with me the deepest condolences of the people of India for every life lost and for every family whose world was shattered in the barbaric terrorist attack by Hamas on October 7. We feel your pain. We share your grief. India stands with Israel firmly, with full conviction in this moment and beyond. No cause can justify the murder of civilians. Nothing can justify terrorism. India has also endured the pain of terrorism for a long time.
He called for coordinated global action against terrorism, declaring it a borderless threat that demands united international resolve.
Terrorism aims to destabilize societies, to block development, and to erode trust. Countering terrorism requires sustained and coordinated global action because terror anywhere threatens peace everywhere. That is why India supports all efforts that contribute to durable peace and regional stability.
He expressed strong support for the Gaza Peace Initiative, calling it a pathway towards just and a lasting peace in the region. Prime Minister Narendra Modi also underscored robust India-Israel cooperation across defense, technology, agriculture, water management, cybersecurity, and counterterrorism, a partnership rooted in trust and shared democratic values. Following his address, the Knesset conferred upon him the Speaker of the Knesset Medal. This marks the first time the medal has been awarded, making him the inaugural recipient of the highest honor of the Knesset. The medal has been conferred in recognition of Prime Minister's exceptional contribution through his personal leadership to strengthen strategic relations between India and Israel. Notably, in 2018, he was also awarded the Grand Collar of the State of Palestine, making him one of the rare global leaders honored by both Israel and Palestine. Bureau Report, DD India.
And we are now joined by our esteemed guests. We have with us Baswati Mukherjee, former senior Indian diplomat. We also have with us Lieutenant General Sanjay Kulkarni, former Director General Infantry. Thank you very much, everyone, for being with us on DD India News Hour. Coming to you first, Ms. Baswati, yesterday's engagements, Prime Minister Narendra Modi's address to the Knesset. How do you assess these engagements to take forward the India-Israel strategic partnership?
It was an iconic and inspiring address and a great honor to India that our Prime Minister should have been requested to join a bipartisan gathering of the Israeli politicians cutting across the political divide. They were unanimous in welcoming Prime Minister Modi and listening to him as he spoke so eloquently about the dangers that terrorism poses, particularly to a democratic polity, a terrorism so familiar to India because we too live in a dangerous neighborhood like Israel, and the full sympathy and extended by Prime Minister on behalf of the people of India to the Israeli people for all that had happened during that horrific attack on unarmed civilians. Quite similar, frankly, to what had happened to us, which had led to Op Sindoor. More than that, it was particularly touching that he was awarded with the highest honor. It was wonderful to see politicians, even those who are opposed to the present Prime Minister of Israel, welcoming our Prime Minister and making it clear that if there is one thing which unites all of Israel, that is the India-Israeli strategic partnership and what India brings to Israel and what Israel brings to India. Because in India too, there is complete agreement that if there's one country that has stood by us in our most difficult moments, that is certainly Israel and its people and its government.
General Kulkarni, if I could come to you, just talk about the kind of kindredness that India and Israel have where suffering at the hands of terrorism is concerned, because that then takes us into the domain of countering terrorism and also a complementarity in defense capabilities, where I believe a lot is expected when the two prime ministers engage formally today in terms of the outcomes that might be delivered.
Definitely, Gautam, no denying the fact, because India believes in zero tolerance for terrorism. Israel has also been a victim of terrorism. India always and every time is a victim of terrorism. So there is complete agreement and understanding that yes, terror has to be fought together at not just the domestic level, but also at the international level. And therefore, the importance of India and Israel getting together. You're absolutely right. The kind of defense cooperation that takes place, whether it be in space, whether it be in cyber, whether it be in communication, whether it be radars, whether it be ammunition, precision ammunition, anything and everything, all which ensures that terrorism must be eliminated. And there is no scope for terrorism anywhere in the world, and that India stands for it. And I think Israel understands, and India understands Israel's position on terror. We all know what happened, like what Ambassador Mukherjee rightly said. Everybody knows what's happened in the 7th. We've been knowing what's been happening since 1948 in Israel. It continues 67, 73, and thereafter all along. So Israel has been a victim, and Israel also understands that India is a victim of terrorism the world over. And our stand, we are not against anybody in the world. We are against terror. And we make that very clear. We have zero tolerance for terrorism. Having said that, I think our relationship again with Israel, as was rightly brought out, was 2,000 years. We have this Teen Murti Haifa chalk. Now, this Teen Murti Haifa chalk is nothing but a battle which was fought on the 23rd of September, 1918. And those three lancers that stand there are the ones from Jodhpur, Mysore, Hyderabad, representative of those who fought the Battle of Haifa against the Ottoman Empire. So that shows, and we celebrated the 200 years after which we named it, and how both the leaders came there. And after 2017, when the first Prime Minister's visit to Israel, and in 2018, this Teen Murti Chowk was named as Teen Murti Haifa Chowk in commemoration of the participation of Indian troops in the Battle of Haifa on the 23rd of September, 1918. So you see the kind of relationship that exists between India and Israel, and the condemnation of what happened at Pahalgam by Mr. Netanyahu at the very outset. There had been no ifs and buts when it came to terror. And both the countries stand together to fight terror. And it is in that context that I see the relationship between India and Israel go to a level which is unbelievable. And there is a requirement also. We must have that close relationship, because for innovation, you see, or in matters of agriculture, disaster management, communications, cyber, artificial intelligence, quantum computing, all of it, which innovations in which Israel is far, far ahead. All of it, we start to benefit. We saw what happened in Kargil. The precision ammunition in Kargil came from Israel to us. At a time when we were having those drop bombs, and we had the precision, and it turned everything. You saw what Pakistan did on Kargil Heights, again, as part of terror. Each one of them wanting to say their bodies weren't there. So we know what exactly has happened at Kargil. In that context, I find India and Israel together, the trust that they have on each other, the understanding that there is. You see the number of tourists that come from Israel to India, almost about 80,000 plus tourists, and most of them are ex-soldiers, because, the kind of, everyone over there is a soldier, and most of them come to India, stay for such a long time. More than 10,000 Indians are visiting Israel every year. There's so many 1,500 odd, we have these people doing doctorate in Israel. So there is a lot that is in common with Israel and India, and especially when it comes to terror. By all means, India and Israel stand together, because both countries understand zero tolerance for terrorism, and
yes,
we need an international effort.
Ms. Mukherjee, let me ask you, does that sentiment and the resolve against terror, to combat it, to fight it, zero tolerance, does that extend to those who also sponsor acts of terror?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, see what happens.
I was asking Ms. Mukherjee. Sorry, General Kulkarni.
I'm sorry, could you repeat that? I thought it was.
I just wanted to ask you, does the sentiment and the resolve against terrorism extend to those who sponsor terrorism as well?
Well, that's an oxymoron, if I may say so, because those who sponsor terror, they are actually those who believe that it's a potent weapon, particularly to destroy a democratic polity. Certainly in our neighborhood, terrorism has been used as an instrument to make democratic models more difficult to function. For instance, if you have to go through 7 layers of security to enter the Indian Parliament, it's kind of a little difficult to even think of visiting the Indian Parliament. So the sponsorship of terror as an instrument of state is something that Israel has suffered from terribly, and India has suffered from 1947, as General Kulkarni correctly pointed out. Therefore, for the Israelis and for the Indians, we believe that counter-terrorism institutions are of great importance, and intelligence sharing is very important. And there are lobbies that try to show that if you come down too heavily on terror, you're not really a democratic policy. That is not true at all. You have to destroy the instruments of terrorism in order to ensure that you have a full and functional democracy. There is no other way for a democracy to continue to prosper unless you can control those who are trying at every level to sow doubt into the institutions of state that exist to represent the wishes of the people. In this particular case, for instance, the attack of Hamas on Israel, which our Prime Minister has condemned, was an attempt to demonstrate that Israel's gradual opening up. For instance, the G20 in Delhi, we had talked about a Middle East corridor, which would also go through Israel. There was a gradual process of normalization of relations between Israel and major countries in the Middle East. What this attack did was a complete setback to those efforts. Similarly, in India, where we were trying to completely normalize Jammu and Kashmir, bring back tourism, etc., the heinous terror attack ensured that at least for a while, there was terror, there was fear of going to J&K. The process of normalization received a minor setback, but things came back to normal and are now almost back to normal. So there again, it's a shared history between Israel and India that it is important to make it clear that those who sponsor terrorism will not be spared. And for that to succeed, the international community has to be empathic, has to understand. For instance, when we talk of Israel, Israel is so grateful that when the Mumbai terrorist attack happened, it was an Indian nanny who saved those two kids. That India is a country that through millennia has never seen anti-Semitism. That is something which the Israelis feel very strongly about. Whenever I meet an Israeli diplomat or an eminent person, they always say that, and that's true. India is a beacon for all religions. Whereas I remember that when I served in France as a ambassador, there were regular terrorist attacks every Friday in the synagogue near my house. And I used to ask the French police, they said, Madam, unfortunately, there are still some anti-Semitics in France, so many years after World War II. So these are things which show how special India is and how special is the relationship between India and Israel. Sorry for my long answer, Gautam, to your short question.
Okay.
Not important.
Yes. Lieutenant General Kulkarni, yes, as the two bilateral delegations will meet in just some time from now, what sort of practical form of cooperation could we see in terms of intelligence sharing, defense collaboration, joint counter-terrorist strategies to further commit to this combating terrorism commitment from both sides?
Tanvi, for a long time, India and Israel have been sharing information. They've been even sort of collaborating on space since 2003. India has been with Israel on various forums, information sharing. Even if you look at the kind of precision ammunition manufacturing between the two, the kind of understanding with BEL and the Israeli industries, and also of the DRDO with Israeli industries. So much has been happening in all in terms. Space is one, cyber is yet another. And now with artificial intelligence coming in, you find the kind of drones we have, the kind of Heron, the UAVs that we have, all with a view to ensure that we must have an excellent collaboration and cooperation with a country whom we can trust. Trust is very important. And when it comes to information sharing, it's very, very important. the combined thing, whether it is from state or whether it is cyber, if the information is shared as to, yes, this is where the activities are taking place, well, countermeasures can be taken to ensure that these kind of things don't happen. It's that in that context they see, because on a long time, relationships have been taking place, collaborations have been there, cooperations have been there, transfer of technology has been happening, absorption of technology has been happening. Since Israel itself suffers from terrorism, they are willing to share the kind of equipment that they are doing. We've seen the kind of equipment Israel has used even during the Gaza conflict, which was on till the ceasefire taken place. So there's so much happening. And I think there is even the very talk of hexagon of alliances. So there's nothing as yet concrete. You find a whole lot of panic having set in Pakistan. Pakistan, knowing fully well, everybody knows that Pakistan uses terrorism as an instrument of state policy. It's a hub of terror. Everybody in the world understands. And see the panic. Nothing has come out. Nobody has yet knows who the hexagon comprises of, what is it would take a shape of, nothing. But the panic and the kind of passing of it in the Senate, the resolution against the Ummah, all this is indicated that panic has already set in Pakistan. And Pakistan feels that the relationship of India with Israel would probably be against them, and their own relationship, which they have taken it up with Saudi Arabia, taken it up with Turkey. You find all these kind of complications, and I'm sure all the countries in the world understand one thing, that terror is terror. There's no good terror, there's no bad terror. Terror is terror, and it must be addressed unitedly, and everybody in the world must stand united against terror, irrespective. Terror has no religion, terror has no color, terror has no region. Terror has only one. If it's terror, it creates panic, it prevents development, and it divides the society. And therefore, to ensure that we all live in an environment of peace, it's very essential that we must all stand together against terror. We cannot have what Musharraf in Pakistan would say, good Taliban and bad Taliban and all that kind of this thing, and they are themselves now suffering. So you see all this kind of a thing. We have an excellent relationship now with Afghanistan. And now the same, this thing they find now fighting Afghanistan, Pakistan wanting to fight with Afghanistan. So you find that terror has to be fought on one front, and that there are no friends, there's no bad terror, there's no good terror, it's terror. And all of us stand united fighting against terror. In that context, a lot that can be shared with India and Israel with the view of in surveillance, in the kind of sharing of information, in questions of satellites, cyber, space, all of it. And information sharing, because if you know and information in time saves lives. You can ensure that incident does not take place if sharing of information is there, which I'm sure that is what is very, very important, because there are Five Eyes here and there are so many things everywhere in the world. So information sharing is very important to fight terror. And in that context, I think India and Israel stand together, and hopefully the innovation there, the technology there, the R&D over here, the absorption over here, the ability for soft skills, the hard skills, all of it that exists within India and with Israel will ensure that the world hopefully should get eradicated of terror, and therefore creating ambience of peace and security across the world.
Now, we've already seen, General Kulkarni, what happens when state-sponsored terror leads to Pahalgam, and Pahalgam leads to Operation Sindoor. We've already heard Prime Minister Modi announce that there will be a mission Sudarshan Chakra that will be mounted by 2035. And Ms. Mukherjee, there do you think the kind of capabilities that Israel has, both defensive as well as offensive, can come in pretty handy? And dare I say that India too has certain capabilities that Israel could use in its own defense?
Absolutely. In fact, transfer of technology is something that Israel has never been averse to as far as India is concerned. There is a lot of good stuff that we intend to get from Israel to prepare ourselves, because there is bound to be, from the Pakistani side, a follow-up terrorist attack. They don't seem to have learned anything, and the Field Marshal keeps giving the wrong impression that they have won the war. Even though Trump in his address yesterday first gave the impression that the Pakistani Prime Minister was afraid that he was going to be killed in Sindoor. Turned out it was a slip of his tongue. He meant the number of Pakistanis who would be killed by India. So we need this kind of defense equipment from Israel. And there are some areas in which Israel is interested to cooperate with India because they would need some equipment from us. There are some high-level talks going on, I understand, in that respect. And more than that, the Israelis have some very interesting drone technology, which we are getting into in a big way because the whole nature of warfare has changed. So it's not just the S-400s. We need all kinds of different drones, and we also need to establish a robust air defense system because clearly what we have is good, but since the main sponsor of terrorism, our dear and beloved neighbor, Pakistan, is arming itself to the teeth, which again is surprising since everyone says they are a bankrupt nation. Where's the money coming from? But they are arming themselves to the teeth. So we have to therefore increase our defense spending and have an even more robust, even more secure system, air defense system, so as to make sure that the next time it happens, it will not just be op sindoor. We won't close it down at the appeal of the Pakistani DGMO. We will carry it on until it comes to a logical end. And the logical end would be destroying Pakistan's terror infrastructure for decades to come. That, in my mind, would be a more satisfactory outcome if there is a follow-up to op sindoor or whatever the name is given. And in that respect, Israel is with us, and Israel has helped us in the past, will continue to do so. This visit coming so many years later, I didn't realize till I saw it on your screen that it's the second visit of Prime Minister Modi after 2017. That's a long time. And actually, it's a very well-timed visit because it demonstrates that India stands with Israel in its hostile neighborhood. At the same time, India is also committed to help the Palestinian people to get a fair deal so that both sides can live in peace. That was again made very clear. We did a very good balancing act. And when we say that in Israel, the Israelis listen to us because we say it with love and affection and with sympathy for their predicament. We don't come there to hector and lecture them. We say it as family talks to each other. That's how India and Israel talk to each other, like family.
Okay. Lieutenant General Kulkarni, we have spoken about how the two sides are keen on collaborating on this defense technology equipment. Yes, India is not just looking this time on buying weapons, but co-producing also of these advanced defense technologies. How hopeful are you that Israel would be willing to share its part of its Iron Dome and Iron Beam technologies? And from Israel's point of view, India would be willing to share its low-cost drone technology with Israel?
Definitely, Tanvi. In a big way, some of it has already started. We already are in collaboration. The BEL is in collaboration. The DRDO is doing it. We have the Tech Mahindra, we have the Adanis, we have the Tata Advance, the Bharat Forge, all of them into it. And at the same time, Iron Dome has been a tested thing, in which we've seen that 90% of the missiles and drones being fired at Israel were targeted and were neutralized. So 90% of it. Of course, Israel is a small state. India is a huge country. And therefore, the Sudarshan Chakra that we are looking at it, a lot can be learned from Iron Dome, and a lot we now need to collaborate and ensure, because the Israel thing was only to ensuring up to 70 kilometers. Of course, right now the collaboration is almost up to 150 kilometers and beyond. Now we have S-400, we have Akash T, we have quite a few of our own small weapon systems, own missiles, own
drones also, but yes.
Yeah, laser.
Anti-drones as well.
Yes.
Cut down on the cost, because otherwise most of these missiles, anti-drone measures would cost heavily on it. But then if it is cutting down on the cost by laser, you find a lot of that technology will be absorbed. So there is a lot that Israel can contribute to India. There's a lot that India now needs to do on its own. Like in the Operation Sindhu we saw, Akash Tir was our creation. And it is Akash Tir which ensured the swarm of drones and missiles coming from Pakistan onto us were totally neutralized. So there has to be, this detection, acquisition, utilization of all these missiles, drones. We really need to do it, and that is why the Prime Minister said that by 2035, the entire Sudarshan architecture would be in place. Obviously, for a country as huge as India, it would take time, lots of development to be take place, lots of measures, lots of tiers need to be developed to ensure what needs to be, detected first, what needs to be acquired, what needs to be utilized, when, where, by whom. So it's and Israel is already an ongoing process which it has done. Otherwise, Israel would have been in real trouble with the kind of missiles being fired at them by Iran in the 12-day war and even before that. So in that context, I think there's so much to learn, and we have the Golden Dome again, Golden Dome coming up of the United States. Subsequently, we have the Iron Dome over here, the laser technology, our Sudarshan Chakra. I think there's a lot to learn from each other, a lot to contribute. Of course, we need to have our own. The scale of India would be massive, absolutely massive. It's not because Israel obviously is a small state, and in that context, there is huge strength with the Iron Dome neutralizing 90%, but we need almost 100%. We cannot even afford to have anything passing through it because the destruction cost will be huge. So it is in that context so much to learn from. And I think a lot of it is already in the pipeline. A lot would be done. Absorption of technology, manufacturing in India, in collaboration. It is not competing with each other, but complementing each other between India and Israel. That would lay the foundation for a long-term. We have a 10-year vision statement for defense and this thing. So that vision statement, which has been signed recently and go up to 2032, again is indicated that yes, there's a lot that is happening. A lot will continue to happen. The trust will ensure transfer of technology with no bars whatsoever, and that itself should be fair enough to be able to use our soft skills, to be able to use our hard skills, to ensure the hard kills by the time we have our own architecture of Sudarshan Chakra.
Okay. Ms. Mukherjee, let's move on from the issue of defense and security and talk about, commerce, trade, investment, because that's an area where India and Israel perhaps need to refocus attention following what's been happening. You spoke about the timing of the visit as well, how well timed it is, because right now the Gaza conflict has been cooled. There's a peace process that is on, and it needs to be taken forward, of course. But at the same time, there was trade that had reached a certain level between India and Israel, which came down. When we look at just the last financial year, investments as well need to be picked up. There's a pact already, but now we're talking about an FTA with Israel. Do you think the leaders will ensure that this happens in a time-bound manner when they meet today?
Absolutely. India remains, if I'm not mistaken, Israel's second largest trading partner in this region in Asia. Let's not forget that what happened in this conflict in Gaza has taken a toll on the Israeli economy too. It's not just the Gaza Strip which has been devastated. It has also set back some amount of economic activity within Israel, which is now going to pick up as the peace process consolidates. We do intend to look at the FTA very seriously. We do intend to sign the FTA because there is absolutely no reason why, for so many years, we did not have a free trade agreement with Israel. Now that we have one, which is coming up with the EU, the one with UK is a done deal. The one with Australia is almost done. The only one which is still being looked at is because of the confusion regarding tariffs is one with the US. So there is absolutely no reason why we should not do that. We have a high-powered delegation which is looking into it. It's a win-win situation because there are many products in Israel which we need for our, especially for our indigenous defense production, and which I won't elaborate on national television, but also a whole lot of other stuff. And Israelis would like to trade much more with us because we are a huge country. We are a very friendly country. There are a lot of things they need. the manner in which Israel, since it came into inception of the Holocaust, has transformed its land. If you look at the photographs which I'm looking at, it looks so green and fertile. When the first consignment of Israelis went to the new land of Israel, it was like
नरेंद्र मोदी और इजराइल के प्रधान.
So we request you both General Kulkarni and Ms. Mukherjee to stay with us as we are showing visuals of the bilateral delegation level talks now in progress. Prime Minister Narendra Modi with the Indian delegation and Benjamin Netanyahu with the Israeli delegation. Formal talks on deepening cooperation in different fields on the agenda, specifically science and technology, innovation, digital technology, and of course, deepening defense ties.
Yes, India and Israel already have extensive relations where even fields of health and agriculture, education, and culture are concerned, but there is, of course, the need to strengthen them further and extend them into domains of sensitive and strategic nature, particularly in the field of innovation, where a lot of talk is now perhaps being focused on deep tech areas such as AI and autonomous technologies. Apart from that, of course, there's defense, which has its own innovation element to it. A lot of tech that we see around us, from the internet to many other things, have emerged from basically work done for defense, and a lot of technology is emerging from that even now, which could be put to use in civilian fields. So that is also something that could perhaps be on the table here in terms of the kind of exchanges that India and Israel foresee for themselves. Very vital talks indeed, this delegation level meeting, and we'll soon have outcomes and leader statements as well emerging from it.
Yes, so a lot on agenda. India's Prime Minister is expected to discuss upgrading security and economic agreements amid rising regional tensions. Earlier, Benjamin Netanyahu had proposed in one of his cabinet briefings that there could be a hexagon of alliances he is proposing. So even that could be on the agenda. And of course, as we speak, the first round of negotiations on the free trade agreement are going on in New Delhi. So a lot on the table. Ms. Mukherjee, what concrete deliverables or MOUs could emerge out of these bilateral talks that could have long-term impact for both the countries?
Well, first of all, there could be avoidance of double taxation agreement. I think that's very much on the cards. As the FTA is concerned, there are certain details which are being discussed between the two sides with regard to lowering of tariffs, of course, of products that India needs from Israel and very quickly at a reasonable price, and the same for the Israeli side. These are being worked out. The hexagon of alliances which you referred to is actually like an algorithm. It's something symbolic. A hexagon of alliances is now being talked about as common strategic partners of India and Israel in different areas, be it defense or security or trade or mutual political aims and goals. That is how people are now increasingly interpreting this word, which 2 days ago was being looked at as an ambiguous definition of what is a hexagon of alliances. So many are now saying it's like an algorithm. It means a whole lot of things covered in 3 words. And I would say that after these talks, which I see here happening, which are the bilateral talks, I see EM, I see NSA, etc., and very important members from the Israeli side. I think after that, there would be a joint press statement where also this whole issue of how India and Israel together look at the hexagon of alliances will also be explained. And apart from the great progress made and certain protocols and MOUs which would be signed, which would be elaborated, I'm sure, by Foreign Secretary, CM there. Yes, perhaps it's Foreign Secretary.
Yes.
And these kind of explanations usually come from Foreign Secretary after the joint press statement briefing between Prime Minister of Israel and Prime Minister of India. So I think we have to wait and see exactly what has been agreed upon. But definitely, it would be a first step in ironing out all obstacles that may exist towards the quick finalization of the FTA, which would follow soon after this visit. That's usually the way that MEA and Commerce Ministry work it out, to my experience. And I think that's the procedure they want to follow.
All right, General Kulkarni, quickly, what would you be looking out for in terms of the outcomes of this visit of Prime Minister Modi to Israel?
Yeah, surely, as I see from a defense point of view, it's very essential. It requires swift, joint responses across domains and this kind of hexagon of alliances, which of course is still being spoken about, but definitely because it does not, it has a mix of all. We have the Greek, Cyprus Christians, you will have Israel Jews. If India goes in secular country, as much this thing, then you have some countries like Somaliland or yet another Arabic nation in it. So it's going to be a hexagon of alliances of all. It is not addressed against a particular this thing, unlike what Pakistan seems to think, but it's an alliance against terrorism. And to be able to fight against terrorism and to have swift responses across domains, it would be very essential that we have this in place. That would be one. Sharing of information, as we've been again and again saying, because until and unless sharing of information is there, surveillance is there, reconnaissance is there, the kind of various new innovations come, how? Because it's not one or two drones, not one or two UAVs, no, it's swarm of drones. So obviously the swarm of drones that need to be addressed, the cost has to come down, drastically come down. And that is only possible with research and development, sharing of technologies with each other, being able to manufacture at one place, being able to transfer it to another place. You know, it's absolutely jointness across the field to be able to fight terror. That is one. Second, of course, the disaster management is there. The blue food, the seafood part of it is there. The aspect of innovation, the artificial intelligence is there. Quantum computing is there. The drip irrigation is there in terms of agriculture. So there's so much that you can sort of share with each other. And India has now, of course, tops in so much of it, whether it is in food, whether it is in aspects of egg, or it is in aspects of milk, or anything, meat or fish. We are all amongst the top 3 in the world. And therefore, there's so much that we can learn from Israel. There's much that Israel can learn from India. And then across sharing, I think that is the only way forward. And I see this relationship of India with Israel would go a long way in ensuring peace in the world. It's very, very essential. It's not that Abraham Accord in 2020 alone that people some countries there start recognizing Israel, but it should be something that Israel is there to exist, and there should be no existential threat to Israel. There should be trust, faith, and all of them should live together. And hope that India contributes in that towards that direction in a big way, that both India prospers, Israel prospers, and the world prospers.
Yes, thank you very much, Lieutenant General Sanjay Kulkarni, former Director General Infantry, Indian Army, for being with us on the show, taking this point forward with Ms. Mukherjee. Yes, Isaac Herzog, Israeli president, a little while ago said that India is a part of the Middle East's future as much as Middle East is part of India's future. Could you expand that very powerful statement by Dr. Herzog in the context of the profoundly, changing scenario of the affiliations in West Asia?
Well, I think first of all, our first step forward in being a very important player in the Middle East was when we were able to successfully get a consensus on the IMEC. And then, as I said, because of the October 7 attack, and then after that, what happened in the Gaza Strip, the IMEC had to sit back. Now, if things actually pan out well and that second phase of the ceasefire continues with all the conditions attached, etc., and there is some stability in Gaza, some rebuilding, some encouragement to the Palestinians that they can go back and live in peace and security, provided Hamas accepts the Israel's right to exist or has to be disarmed, because the main problem is that Israel can no longer live with terror.
How do you pronounce your surname, sir?
Yes, go ahead, Ms. Mukherjee.
Sorry, I thought you wanted me to stop, so I stopped.
No, go ahead, please.
So what I was saying is that India is a very crucial player because the major players in the Middle East prior to the October 7 attack actually were in the process of concluding agreements with Israel which would be mutually beneficial from an economic perspective and which would facilitate India's IMEC. That itself would revolutionize the whole region and would enable the ancient trade routes which existed to come back, so to speak, in a modern era of 2025, 2026. And that is something that a country like India is very much in a position to be able to help to carry forward, because we are an acceptable political player to most of the countries in the Middle East. The sole exception, but is not in the Middle East, it's in Europe, is Turkey. Turkey is very inimical to India. Turkey has a different political game, is very closely allied to Pakistan. But apart from Turkey, I can't think of any major Middle East player that is opposed to India getting much more involved in the Middle East, given the kind of photos that are emerging from this visit. The Middle East leaders who are watching Doordarshan and these photographs and the semantics of the visit would understand that this is a country which has a step in the Middle East camp and a complete footprint in Israel, and is therefore in a position to be able to move the process forward by which Israel's right to exist is accepted by its neighbors, and a win-win situation can develop with regard to mutual trade, defense, etc. In that respect, what is also very important is that intelligence sharing and surveillance, which we are building up, and which the Israelis have amazing technological capacity. This is something which we would surely bring back from this visit. This is of vital importance to us. And on this, for instance, Israelis have got no difficulty in sharing technology with us. We would do that because we too have countries which they may technically accept our right to exist, but which actually don't accept our right to exist. Otherwise, why would there be so many terrorist attacks in India from 47 onwards? So therefore, I think that we are bound to play as a major emerging power a much bigger role in the extended Middle East and in Israel, with the sole exception that I have made of Turkey, which is why when General Kulkarni spoke about the hexagon, and he talked about Cyprus and Greece, that actually fits in a way, because Cyprus and Greece have both been victims of Turkish aggression, and Cyprus has been partitioned into Cyprus and TRMC because of Turkish aggression and because of Turkey's refusal to accept Cyprus's right to exist. So from that perspective, from a political perspective, that hexagon makes sense. But for me, I look at the hexagon as an algorithm which hides much more than what it actually means. There's a lot of stuff stuffed into those three words, which we would probably be able to decipher at the joint press conference.
Well, certainly a hexagon which could be looked at as an algorithm, or a lattice which is the centerpiece of diamonds as well, which is the hardest material known to the human race. But while you were speaking, Ms. Mukherjee, we have Lieutenant General Sanjay Soy also joining us, strategic and defense expert, well-known one at that. General Soy, if I could ask you, there have been questions around timing of this visit as well with Prime Minister Modi, how it is critical that he has made this visit at this particular time. Well, A, you have a scenario where India knows its post-Operation Sindhu requirements where its defense is concerned, and B, a situation where the situation in the scenario in the Middle East or West Asia is also stabilizing post the Gaza peace process being rolled out. It's still in the first phase, supposed to go to the second, but at the same time there are tensions where Iran is concerned.
Absolutely. In fact, Gautam, I would say that at present geopolitical situation, especially in Middle East, is very, very tense and quite dynamic. Especially though the situation on Israel front, immediate front in Hamas, Hezbollah, Houthi has quietened down. But however, with Iran, the things are still very tense, and US has already moved its forces and concentrated its forces there. So at present, situation is very, very dynamic. Hopefully, something should come up in the meeting nuclear deal between Iran and US that the whole world is looking at it. As far as India is concerned, post-Operation Sindhu, though with our layered air defense system, indigenous as well as the imported ones, we could beat the Pakistan design and we could destroy their missiles as well as drones midway, and there's no damage to India. However, with the changing time, with the changing technology, it is very, very important that we keep upgrading ourselves. And in this case, Israel also has a tested air defense system like Iron Dome, Iron Beam, Arrow, David Sling, number of air defense systems which have been tried and tested. That could incorporate, be part of the overall mission Sudarshan Chakra to foil any misadventure by whether Pakistan, China, or at present when we look at the Bangladesh also. And to that, we need to strengthen that with the layered air defense system between indigenous ones and some technologies imported from Israel. And definitely one good thing is that they are in principle have agreed for joint ventures for making Iron Dome in India. That will be a great boost for Atmanirbharta or indigenization towards defense production. So in view of the present situation, I think it is a win-win situation for both the countries. Israel is also looking for some support, as discussed by earlier speakers, whether hexagonal philosophy or policy, or it is for India. We also need the technology of Israel to upgrade our defense system. Gautam.
Okay, Major General, so would it be that India would be the, if materialized, India would be the first country with which Israel would share such an advanced technology of the Iron Dome?
Yes, no doubt. Because this is such an advanced technology, I would say that how the Iron Dome works, we have seen it. I mean, visuals were there on your TV channels were there when how the rockets and missiles of the Hamas and Hezbollah were destroyed mid-air, and it has the capability of identifying the missile, oncoming missile, and which missile or rocket would cause damage to a worthwhile target which will land up in some deserted area. See, it identifies, destroys, that pinpoint destruction is there, and definitely it is a great safety for us, especially when we talk about the Pakistan, China, and the kind of security situation which we have. And this is again a trust factor between India and Israel, which is probably Israel also looking for a trusted friend. After attack by Hamas, India was one country which condemned attack by Hamas, though we continue to maintain relationship with PLO. But our philosophy is both fight against terrorism. Israel is also suffers from terrorism. We also suffer from terrorism. Both have some common objectives, and definitely fight against terrorism, we are together, and this transport technology will definitely be a great boost in our friendship.
And this Iron Dome, Iron Beam, it can be used against loitering munition as well, such as drones, where you can't really tell its final target, or even hypersonic missiles which might have multiple payloads and can drop them off at multiple targets?
Absolutely. When we talk of the layered air defense system, So when we talk of iron beam, it has a limited range, but it is cheaper to operate. Like each iron beam will cost just for $2 or so to destroy a drone, incoming drone, and is about to have a point defense in the very important points of very important defense area. And then we talk of the Iron Dome. It is slightly bigger, 60 to 70 kilometers. Then we have an Arrow. Then we have a SAM 400. Then we have Akash. So we have
iron beam could be put on naval assets as well.
Yeah,
required.
So this can be put on the naval. We are buying because the naval version is also being bought, and with the not only a defensive measure, we are also buying the loitering ammunition from Israel, whether it is Spice or Rampage. So number of loitering ammunition we are buying. So it is not only defensive measures, we are also buying the offensive systems from Israel, which can definitely take care of the loitering ammunition, drones, rockets, missiles, which is a major threat. Like earlier speaker that I was listening to your channel, they have also brought out that the modern day warfare is now more of a drones, missiles, aircrafts, and we need to build up on that, and we need to keep ourselves upgraded to take care of that kind of threat.
Indeed. As part of Prime Minister Narendra Modi's engagements on the second day of his Israel visit, he has had a bilateral meeting with Israeli President Isaac Herzog in Jerusalem. Prime Minister Narendra Modi emphasized in these talks that India-Israel ties serve a powerful force for global good. He highlighted immense potential for collaboration in science, innovation, water management and agriculture, praising Israel's expertise in these sectors for sustainable solutions benefiting both the nations and the world.
भारत और इजराइल का संबंध अनेक क्षेत्रों में बड़ी मजबूती के साथ ग्लोबल गुड के लिए काम आ सकता है। साइंस हो, इनोवेशन हो, एजुकेशनल इंस्टीट्यूशंस हो, और कुछ चीजों में तो अपनी बहुत बड़ी महारत है, खास करके पानी के संबंध में, एग्रीकल्चर के संबंध में। और भारत इजराइल की बहुत सी अच्छी चीजों को आज भी भारत में खास करके एग्रीकल्चर में लागू करने का प्रयास करता है, और उसके अच्छे परिणाम भी निकल रहे हैं। राष्ट्रपति जी, मेरी खुशी है कि मुझे इसके पहले भी आपको अलग अलग जगह पे मिलने का मौका मिला है। मैंने आपको विचारों की स्पष्टता सुनी है, भारत के प्रति आपका मान सम्मान का भाव देखा है, और इसके लिए मैं भी आपका बहुत आभारी हूँ।
So there you heard Prime Minister Modi during his engagement with the President of Israel, Dr. Isaac Herzog, speaking about the kind of ties that India and Israel have had, the relationship, the collaboration, working together in different fields, and these extend to multiple domains, and there is the possibility that this could be deepened further, widened further as well. If I could again go back to Ms. Mukherjee, do you feel that there is ample room there, Ms. Mukherjee, to do more where India and Israel are concerned, particularly when it comes to innovation, especially in fields such as AI and other deep tech?
There is huge scope for collaboration in AI and deep tech, but in addition, one of the things that we have been actively looking at is Israel's huge innovation in increasing agricultural production, water harvesting, water preservation. As I was saying earlier in your program, that when they moved into this barren strip of land, it was like a desert. They have transformed it into one of the most interesting transformations in human history. If you go to Israel now and look at it now, and look at photographs of what it was when it was handed over to them, this except for certain parts of the Gaza Strip, etc. So it's not just AI. Yes, AI is very important, but there are so many other innovations that this relatively small nation has been able to perfect to a level that it is actually competing with major players, and this is something which India also has done. There is one common factor in both, which is that both believe in innovation I don't know what is the English word for jugaad, but Israelis are equally good at jugaad like Indians are.
Okay.
Best innovation is a good substitute word for jugaad, but imaginative innovation is the way I would call it. And more than that, Israel puts great emphasis on R&D. That is something we need to learn from them. And despite the constraints on their budget, their research and development projects are excellent. And this again will help both, and particularly on AI. You can have AI assisted R&D, which is what is happening. So I think that there are so many exciting avenues ahead of us, and I'm sure that some of it will be fleshed out and announced today, and the rest will come in the FTA, which follows shortly thereafter.
Okay, Ms. Mukherjee, what role do Israel's innovation ecosystems could play in India's digital transformation, which is already doing a very fabulous, which already has a very fabulous trajectory? And of course, startups. Yes, Prime Minister Narendra Modi yesterday mentioned that in 2017, the iCreate portal was created by both Israel and India. What is the potential of further, forwarding this momentum on Indian startups as well?
Well, first of all, there is a lot of shared energy on this matter. Secondly, there is also a steady flow now of Indian high-tech professionals going to Israel, working there, coming back, etc. This is something which actually fits in very well with our quest for young professionals to get a good experience outside and come back. This is also, in a way, a way to address the situation created with the virtual abolition or denial of business visas to Indians by the United States. Indians are looking for other avenues. Israel is very interested in having qualified Indians working there. We have students there, we have high-tech personnel there, we have startup companies doing collaboration with Israel, joint collaboration, etc. And of course, the whole issue of semiconductors, etc., is something in which we have huge collaborative interest. That is something which India really needs to pull its socks up, and we're doing that on semiconductors. So I think that there are so many different opportunities, but what is most important is this renewed interest among Indian students and high-tech companies to go to Israel, invest in Israel, set up joint ventures, and the same for Israel in India. We are a much larger country. We have a lot to offer Israel if they want to invest, and they would do that. That would also then resolve the issue which I think Gautam raised earlier, which is that how come trade figures have fallen. That will automatically bring up trade to much higher figures than it was when we fell to being Israel's second largest partner in Asia. We should actually be the top partner in Asia as far as trade is concerned.
Okay, and General, sorry, there's a common concern that India has had with a lot of countries. I'm sure Israel would not be a stranger to that, is the kind of restrictive regimes that have come in, particularly where critical materials are concerned. China, which has a monopoly, almost a veritable monopoly in that field, has in the past restricted it and disrupted a lot of supply chains as well. Now, India has found common cause with very recently country like Brazil, which is a huge repository, the world's second largest of rare earths. But in the case of a country like Israel, is there scope for India and Israel to collaborate in that field as well, perhaps with a third country? And do you think that might feature here? Because this is, again, a domain which has both relevance for defense and civilian areas.
Yeah. In fact, when we talk of the rare earth materials, India is looking for different options, and we have also, you have rightly brought out, looked at the Brazil and other countries. Israel has a high-tech knowledge, and India has a high-tech manpower. We have the manpower rich and which are very well qualified. That is where we can collaborate together and also work on the, like India is already working on the making a smart chip at home, and we already collaborated with Taiwan, Brazil and other suppliers in the world, and that is where probably we can supply, we can provide smart chips. Israel has the technology and we have the technological manpower. This kind of collaboration is definitely a win-win situation for both, and its application is, I think, anything and everything which we use, whether it is a domestic or in the defense sector. So it is going to be a game changer for both the countries, Gautam.
Okay, and Major General Soy, going forward, how successfully do you see India-Israel strategic partnership transitioning from just being a weapon importer to actually co-producing this defense equipment under the Make in India initiative?
In fact, Tanviji, I would say that India's mindset has changed quite a lot, right from 2014 when we hardly exported anything to last year we exported arms for more than 21,000 crore, and it is increasing by every passing year. Defense production has already crossed, domestic defense production has already crossed about 1,50,000 crore. So these are the figures which show that we are focusing on indigenization, we are focusing on Atmanirbharta, and whatever deals we are doing with any country, whether it is France or Israel or US or Russia, our focus remains on transfer technology and Make in India, and that is going to be a game changer in the near future, because we are not looking only for Make in India, only for us, but make for world. That is a thought process. The whole philosophy has undergone a change, and it has many advantages. I mean, whether it is a relationship with those countries when we are exporting to more than 100 countries, or it is supporting our MSME sector, SME sector, ancillary industries, or we are our own armed forces are getting it cheaper and their supply chain issues get do not face any problem, or we are also getting foreign exchange by exporting this weapon system. So countries are looking for making as a hub, for export hub for their weapon system. We are already doing it for Russian BrahMos, or France is also looking at India for making different parts of Rafale. So these kinds of deals are
in the
there.
case of Israel, there's Barak as well?
Yeah. With the Barak missile which is already there. So this is a game changer, going to be a game changer, and when we look at the world, we have a lot to catch up as far as arms export is concerned, and we are on the right path.
All right. Now, Ms. Mukherjee, in terms of taking this forward further to the domains where both their capabilities are complementary to each other, especially where making for the world is concerned, do you see a scenario taking shape where this might actually happen, where Israel transfers technology, India makes these systems, and then third parties could also be joint clients or something like that?
Absolutely. I think my co-panelist explained that if Israel has high technology, we have highly qualified technological workers. That's a win-win situation for both countries, and there is nothing that stops us from going in for joint collaboration, and if necessary, getting a friendly third partner, and making sure that we have a ready market for what we are producing. And in that context, and the FTA would be essential, because it would also smoothen the path for such joint collaboration by ensuring that what India needs from Israel for this joint project, what Israel needs from India, is available at zero tariffs, etc., so that the final product is affordable and can go into the market as a very viable, reliable alternative co-produced by Israel and India. So the opportunities are infinite. What is required to make all this take off is to ensure a stable political and economic environment in Israel, which is slowly coming with the ceasefire holding, because any conflict, if it's prolonged, it does have an effect on the economy of the country. So the holding of the ceasefire and the return of tranquility will ensure that all these many exciting projects take off much faster than it would if there was continuous hostilities going on, which is why it is very important also, and India has already made that clear, that we are ready to help in any way to ensure a permanent settlement of this Palestinian issue, so that both the Palestinians and the Israelis can live in peace and harmony and accept each other's right to exist. That's fundamental, particularly for the Israelis who've been at the receiving end of so many terrorist attacks. This will also help us to take...
Yes, certainly. It found mention in Prime Minister's speech at the Knesset as well yesterday, where he talked about the process which has been put in place and has been now rolled out because of the UNSC resolution which India had backed. And now it's taken the shape of a board of peace, the meeting for which had taken place where India was an observer, because I guess we're still taking a view on that, General Soy. Do you feel that that is also a process that India has to keep an eye on while, ensuring that India's engagement with Israel, advances further?
Yeah, in fact, when we talk of the peace process in Gaza, India has supported the UN peace proposal, and it is, though it goes against US is talking of some different peace proposal, but India has supported, which has a support of the world, and India has always supported two-state philosophy, because on the one side, while we are friendly with Israel, Israel has been a trusted friend, but at the same time, right from beginning, we have also held the hands of Palestinian Liberation Organization, PLO, and because we are having a balancing act as far as the Middle East is concerned. We are against terror. We have always condemned attack by Hamas or Hezbollah, but we are maintaining a relationship with Iran. We are also maintaining a good relationship with other Middle East countries, whether it's Qatar, Dubai, UAE, or Saudi Arabia, Bahrain. All the countries are friendly to India. So India is, in fact, maintaining a very fine balance, and it is emerging as a trusted friend for both the parties. That is where they can trust that we will have no bias as far as interest of both the parties are concerned.
To take this point forward with Ms. Mukherjee, Prime Minister Narendra Modi was awarded with the Knesset medal yesterday, and of course he has the rare distinction of also having received the Grand Collar of State by the Palestinians. So Prime Minister Modi has, like Major General Sanjay was saying, India has always supported the two-state solution to this crisis, and Prime Minister Narendra Modi has visited Palestine in the past. He's making his second visit to Israel in a decade. To what extent does this visit of Prime Minister Narendra Modi, in your view, further the India's stance on the entire Israel-Palestinian crisis, which may also figure in talks as part of another issue of regional interest?
Well, we have quite frankly condemned Hamas for what it did. We've done it. PM has done it. At the same time, we have time and again said that we recognize the two-state solution and the right of the Palestinians to exist, because they are also displaced people like the Israelis were until Israel was created. We have a nuanced position with regard to the Gaza board, which you asked my co-panelist. I'd like to add to what he said by saying that our nuanced position is because we do not want it to, in a way, undermine multilateral institutions which have existed post-World War II, which includes, of course, the UN Security Council, which needs reform, but perhaps not in this manner. On the other hand, we have informally indicated that we could be there as an observer. We look at the Gaza peace process and the Israeli-Palestinian connect with a much broader vision. We are a millennia-old civilization. I think we understand these issues better than most. We think that it is possible to have a solution by which the Palestinians govern themselves, provided they recognize Israel's boundaries and its right to exist, and that they do not take advantage perhaps of a more flexible security situation that Israel would put in place, thinking that everything is okay and we have an arrangement with the Palestinians, and then wham, you have another October 7th attack happening. So that has to be ensured. Israel's existence and its security has to be ensured, and in that, who better than India and under our Prime Minister to be able to take such discussions forward. They don't happen in a board of peace, which is talking about raising $1 billion for this or for that. That happens through a political process which discusses and puts aside the legitimate fears of both sides, one of which I have articulated now. And normally, when such discussions take place, according to my experience in the UN, first they begin in a room with interlocutors talking to either party in two separate rooms. Then they come to common ground and the two parties meet together. And that is when a third trusted intermediary, trusted to both sides, is brought in to bring the flourishing final touches. In my opinion, there can be nobody better.
All right, and in the case of Iran as well, General Soy, do you feel that for India and Israel relationship to make meaningful progress, General Soy, that is also an issue which needs to be addressed through dialogue, and that perhaps is something that the Prime Minister left unsaid yesterday in the Knesset, but it could be applied. What applies for Gaza could also apply for Israel in terms of the kind of talks that are on in Geneva right now. But there is that duress of the presence of the US Armada in the region as well.
Absolutely, Gautam. What happens that at present, I think Middle East is on the boil. The situation is very, very tense. And with the, you rightly brought out, the US has built up their armada, they have reinforced their forces, they have brought in more fighters, they have built up their air defense system. So US is ready for attack. They are working for attack. At the same time, Iran and US are also looking for solutions, because that is the best thing which can happen, and that's where the talks are going on. As far as Iran is concerned, they don't want to give up their nuclear process for peaceful purpose. They say that they'll not make the weapon grade nuclear, but they'll not refine it to the plutonium to the nuclear level, weapon level, but they want to continue with the peaceful level. And they, as far as missiles are concerned, they want to keep it at 2,000 kilometers. They don't want to give up that program, because they feel that missile program is as a deterrence to them. It is a defense shield for them. Otherwise, anybody and everybody can attack them. At present, the biggest issue is lack of trust. Lack of trust, because US and Israel do not want Iran to become a nuclear power. And though Iran's assurance, they are not accepting, because they feel that any time it can be taken to the next level, to the weapon grade plutonium, and Iran can make weapons. And if Iran becomes a nuclear power, the whole game, the power equation in the Middle East is going to change, and that is where they want to cap it and finish it before it reaches that level. That is the issue, and at present, probably again, as I had brought out earlier and Ambassador Mukherjee has said, that India is the best country as far as meetings or coordination is concerned, because Iran trusts India, Israel trusts India, and other countries of Middle East also have a trust factor in India. That is one very good thing, and probably, as she had brought out, when the third party is needed, there is nobody better than it can be India.
Okay, Ambassador Mukherjee, we haven't talked about how Israel's agriculture technology, driven by the need to cultivate arid land with scarce water. So in what ways could the agreement signed today with Israel help Indian agriculture?
We have actually already asked the Israelis to share with us their technology. they are actually one of the leading countries which has brought about greenery in a desert. Their technology is amazing. This is a country which has chronic shortage of water, and they have been able to make the desert bloom. This is something that is of immense importance to India because of the effects of climate change, the different patterns of the monsoon, the longer summers, the hotter summers, the shorter winters, etc. So we definitely are going to, will definitely find in the document there must be a substantial paragraph on this, because this is something on which the Israelis, we talk too often about defense technology, etc., but they are really first class with regard to agriculture, with regard to water conservation, water harvesting, how to manage with scarce water resources, etc., etc. We have made a lot of headway too. Let's not diminish ourselves, but we would certainly benefit from top Israeli technology, and I'm pretty sure that that will figure in the document.
And do you feel that is something, Ms. Mukherjee, could also be extended to the field of, say, sustainable development, where bigger projects are concerned, infrastructure projects are concerned, Israel looking to build that as well with India's help, and India looking for investments in any case where that is concerned?
Yes, definitely, and quite remarkably, they also are very good at cleaning up dirty rivers, like the Dutch. The Dutch are good, so are the Israelis. The Israelis are cheaper, the Dutch are expensive. We certainly need to clean up many of our river systems. I live in Delhi, so I mean, the first thing that comes to mind is the Jamuna. But the point here is that Israeli technology is, in many respects, is cheaper than European technology, and it would come with no strings attached, which sometimes Western technology does when it comes to India. So that is something, again, Gautam, that I'm sure we are exploring. You might ask a legitimate question that how are they so good at water harvesting and cleaning up rivers, and it's a small country? It's just that they have developed their technology in such a way that it has been used by other nations very successfully, and we must take advantage of this close and strategic partnership that we have to be able to harvest that for our own means, because if there's something we need to do, we need to clean up our rivers. That itself will boost our economic production and our GDP immediately. So this is something which we really need to look at, and I'm sure it's going to figure in the panel document.
Major General Soy, as we're exploring India-Israel economic and trade relations, what is the potential of Indian investments in Israel? If you could talk a little bit about that. What are the potential sectors of collaboration as business sides are also meeting as part of this visit?
Yeah, Tanvi, very interesting. In fact, we have been talking about Israel's selling to India, Israel investment in India. You know, the Haifa port is being built by Indian company. They have invited proposals from Indian companies for making metro project in Tel Aviv. Our TCS, Wipro, Infosys are present in Israel. Our manpower is present in Israel, helping them in health sector, engineering sector, and construction sector. So there are many fields.
In fact, startups, Israeli startups are attracting a lot of Indian talent.
Yeah, and their startups are attracting a lot of Indian talent because India has the technical know-how. We have the whether it is the doctors or engineers or BTech computer engineers, India has a rich pool of these people. So not only in development of infrastructure, we are also supplying the manpower in the technical field. So it is bilateral. It is a win-win situation for both. It is not only they are selling to India, they are also looking for investment and expenditure and work in the infrastructure, development of infrastructure in Israel.
Yeah. Okay. Would you like to add to that, Ms. Mukherjee? Indian investments in Israel.
I completely agree with my co-panelists, and we are actually, the Israelis have asked us for investment flows. As I said, they don't have so many avenues available for investment flows because a large part of their GDP goes into defense production, electronic surveillance, counterterrorism measures, etc. And that is something they can't help. They live in a very hostile neighborhood. They would welcome investment flows, and in fact, these flows are increasing. Just as, for instance, maybe a lot of your viewers don't know that we are one of the largest investors in the city of London, and we are number 2 after the Russians owning real estate in London, our former colony, colonizers. So in this particular case, our investment flows are directed towards joint ventures, as well as in sectors where we have expertise and where the Israelis would like us to invest. We are looking at that, and I think it's an excellent point made by my co-panelists that it's not a one-way situation, it's 2 ways and it's win-win for both. So I think it was important to highlight that, and I do agree with it completely.
Yes, an investment pact was formalized just last year, General Soy, and there are a lot of components in that which also have perhaps an impact or a bearing for the movement of people. And that is something that has been happening with India and Israel, but it's been at a level which could perhaps do with an upgrade.
Yeah, absolutely, Gautam. What happened that before a visit by our Honorable Prime Minister, a lot of work has been done. Like last year, bilateral investment TT was signed, and then defense cooperation TT was signed when Defense Secretary visited in December. So a lot of homework has already gone into this, and you are right that India is rich in manpower. India is a young country, and we have highly talented manpower. And if you see, not only Israel, we are, our manpower is already deployed in the field of medical or engineering or technical fields or construction field. And at the same time, if you see other countries also looking at India, whether it's Japan or Korea or Europe, they are looking at utilizing the manpower pool of India, and we must encash it. We must make sure that the quality education is imparted and which meets the international standard, so that this is one thing which we can encash as far as Israel and other countries are concerned. Gautam.
Yes, so as we are discussing bilateral trade between the two countries, India's main exports to Israel include pearls, precious stones, automotive diesel, chemicals, machinery, electrical equipment, and imports include petroleum, chemical machinery, and transport equipment. And as we speak, the two sides are holding bilateral delegation-level talks, and we are expecting a few MOUs to be signed at the end of it. And India ranks as Israel's second largest Asian trading partner in merchandise. And like we told you, dominated by diamonds, petroleum, and chemicals, the trade between the two countries.
Right. So as we have it, these things are ongoing. We have the India-Israel Innovation Bridge as well, Ms. Mukherjee, that has already been doing some pioneering work, but this needs to be extended further as well. Do you feel that this is something that will be part of perhaps a pact that might emerge from these set of meetings, especially where, again, we talk about deep tech, where there is the quest for building semiconductors in India, and Israel could be a market for that in both civilian and defense applications. And we've not spoken much about cybersecurity, where, again, the threat is ever present both in the defense and civilian domains.
We actually have ongoing cooperation on cybersecurity. So I won't elaborate too much on that on national television, but this has been going on for a while. As far as semiconductors are concerned, that is of vital importance to India. And we would like to collaborate with Israel to build these semiconductors so that we are not at the mercy of one or two countries who may suddenly decide on a whim to cut off our supply. Semiconductors is something that is absolutely vital for us. Just like now, different varieties of drones which Israel produces is absolutely vital for us. It was very important for us. In Offshore, we used a lot of Israeli drones. So these kind of things are ongoing, and we will raise it further. semiconductors, as you rightly pointed out, is of top priority for us. And we are determined. We have already opened up manufacturing facilities in a couple of states in India, which you are aware of. We intend to diversify it. We need to make sure, because right now semiconductors are concentrated in Taiwan. We need to make sure that in case anything happens, we are not cut off from our supply of semiconductors. And the only way to do that is to make it ourselves and to set up these manufacturing facilities as soon as possible. We should have done that decades ago, but we are catching up, and certainly as far as semiconductors are concerned, we would definitely be leaning on the Israelis, joint manufacturing unit, etc. And these would all be located in India. We are determined to make ourselves into a semiconductor hub, and the only way to do it is to do it in your own country, so that nobody can, in a moment of need, blackmail us by cutting off supply. So that is something we really need to do. And we will do it. Whenever we've been in a situation of conflict where there's been a shortage, like a lot of people here perhaps don't know that, for instance, when we had Kargil suddenly thrust upon us, we had a shortage of snow equipment. That was news to me, that we probably had not thought that we needed so much. We had to very quickly get the supplies, because some countries have regulations that when a country is in conflict, they will not give anything, not even snow boots, snow goggles, nothing. We have learned our lessons in the past. Now we are fully prepared. And for all the areas where we need to boost up, we are doing that. And who better than with a trusted friend like Israel? So very important point raised, and this is something that we need to focus on in the future.
Okay, as we're all standing by for those exchange of documents between both the delegations, Major General Soy, what initiatives could be announced to deepen people-to-people contact between India and Israel here?
In fact, I would say that India and Israel definitely have long history of people-to-people contact, and Jewish people have moved in India a long time back, and they have never been persecuted. They developed, they prospered here, they added to the prosperity of India, and some of them have gone back, and they still maintain an excellent connect with India. That is and they always have a soft corner for India that makes a totally different ball game altogether. When we talk of the people-to-people connect, there are different fields. When we talk of whether in the field of education or agriculture or in the field of technology, everything adds on to the employment generation, and everything adds on to the economic generation and people-to-people connect. When they have established some IT centers in India, they are helping out in the Startup India, and more than 100 startup companies, which Honorable Prime Minister had also mentioned, were guided and aided by the Israel. So it is not only at the top leadership level. We have seen the bonhomie, we have seen the welcome by the people of Israel or our Prime Minister. And we have also seen the respect in India people have for Israeli defense forces, Israeli intelligence agency Mossad, and people of Israel. We generally have a respect because they are survivors, the way they have been able to fight out. So that makes a lot of difference in the thought process between both the countries, and initiative in these forms will definitely add more to people connect. Tanviti.
Right, we've seen how relationships are taken forward between civilizations in terms of setting up scholarships or exchange programs and others. We're getting images now, Ms. Mukherjee, they're on the screen now, the two leaders just ahead of their press statements, and which are set to begin, I believe, any moment now.
Cooperation between Israel and India. If everyone could just please be seated for us, thank you. The fabric of this relationship continues to grow stronger, and we stand on the cusp of opportunities that will yield tremendous results and strengthen our resilience in high-tech artificial intelligence, quantum computing, as well as economic, diplomatic, and security collaboration. Now, we are pleased to announce that a variety of agreements will be signed by the State of Israel and the Republic of India, agreements that will strengthen our partnership, drive innovation, and deepen the bond between Jerusalem and New Delhi. We will now begin the signing of these agreements in the presence of both prime ministers. The Cultural Exchange Program and the Memorandum of Understanding to the India-Israel Innovation Center for Agriculture will be signed by the Minister of Foreign Affairs, Mr. Gideon Sar, and External Affairs Minister, Mr. Jai Shankar. Please take the stage. Thank you both. Thank you. You can exit the stage now as we continue. The Memorandum of Understanding in the field of geophysical exploration will be signed by the Energy and Infrastructure Mr. Eli Cohen and External Affairs Minister Mr. Jai Shankar as well. Please take the stage as well. Thank you both. And now, the Memorandum of Understanding for Development of the National Maritime Heritage Complex in Lothal will be signed by the Minister of Heritage, Mr. Amichai Eliyahu, and the External Affairs Minister, Mr. Jai Shankar. Please take the stage. Thank you. Thank you both. And now the Declaration of Intent in the field of horizon scanning will be signed by the Minister of Innovation, Science and Technology, Ms. Gila Gamliel, and External Affairs Minister, Mr. Jai Shankar. Please take the stage. Thank you both. And now the Memorandum of Understanding on Cooperation in the field of fisheries and aquaculture will be signed by Minister of Agriculture and Food Security, Mr. Avi Dichter, and the External Affairs Minister, Mr. Jai Shankar. Please take the stage. Thank you both. And now the Memorandum of Understanding on the Cooperation on Advancing Education through the Use of Artificial Intelligence will be signed by the Minister of Education, Mr. Yoav Kish, and the External Affairs Minister, Mr. Jai Shankar. Please take the stage. Thank you both very much. And the presentation of the report of the 4th India-Israel CEO Forum will be presented by the Trade Commissioner for the Ministry of Economy, Mr. Roee Fisher, and the Ambassador of India to Israel, Ambassador J.P. Singh. Please take the stage. And now the implementation protocol to the agreement in commerce and services sector, the manufacturing sector, and the restaurant sector will be signed by the Director of Foreign Workers Administration at the Population and Immigration Authority, Mr. Moshe Nakash, and the Foreign Secretary for the Republic of India, Mr. Vikram Misri. Please take the stage. Thank you. The letter of intent on the establishment of the Cyber Center of Excellence will now be signed by the Director General of the National Cyber Directorate, Mr. Yossi Karadi, and the Foreign Secretary for the Republic of India, Mr. Vikram Misri. Thank you both. And now the Memorandum of Understanding between NPCI, International Payments Limited, and Masav, linking UPI, will now be signed by the CEO of Masav, Ophir Kadosh, and the Ambassador of India to Israel, Ambassador J.P. Singh. Thank you. And now the agreement on commercial arbitration will now be signed by attorney Dr. Menashe Cohen and the Ambassador of India to Israel, Ambassador J.P. Singh. Thank you. The Memorandum of Understanding between the International Financial Services Center Authority and the International Securities Authority will now be signed by the Chairman of the Israel Securities Authority, Advisor Yosef Zinger, and the Ambassador of India to Israel, Ambassador J.P. Singh. Thank you. And finally, our last one today, the Memorandum of Understanding on Artificial Intelligence will now be signed by the Director of the National Artificial Intelligence Directorate, Brigadier General in the Reserves, Erez Askal, and the Ambassador of India to Israel, Ambassador J.P. Singh. Thank you all for your participation today. I now want to welcome to the stage, to the podium, the Prime Minister of the State of Israel, Mr. Benjamin Netanyahu, and the Prime Minister of the Republic of India, Mr. Narendra Modi, to share a few remarks.
This is an amazing visit. An amazing conclusion to an amazing visit. It was short, but extraordinarily productive and also extraordinarily moving. I think there wasn't a dry eye left in Israel after your moving statement yesterday in the Knesset. And I can tell you that since then we've had also the opportunity to not look all deep into our hearts, but also into our remarkable minds that we have in our two countries. We saw an exhibit of innovation that excites imagination beyond belief. We spoke about cooperation with the extraordinarily talented people of India and our people, and we're working this into concrete plans. I'll just give you two examples. You know, you talk about precision agriculture. You know what that means. It means you don't average irrigate a field. You target a specific part. No, you target a specific plant. You water a plant. Well, why can't you water a specific student's mind? When we talk about precision education, we have now the software and the AI to reach every young student, boy or girl, and enable them to reach their full potential. And the limitations that were constraining us in previous times no longer constrain us. That is, to those who seize the future. The future belongs to those who innovate, and Israel and India are bent on innovation. We are proud ancient civilizations, very proud of our past, but absolutely determined to seize the future, and we can do it better together. We've decided to have a G2G meeting in India as soon as we can arrange it. We'd like to take the distinguished ministers who are here. I have to comment, my friend Narendra, you have an amazingly efficient government. I mean, what you can do with one minister and one ambassador. Now, it gives me thoughts. I don't want you to worry about it. Don't worry about it. But in fact, we know that the meeting of minds and hearts that we've had here will also continue in this remarkable G2G that is long overdue and will create an even greater boost to the enormous benefits that we can bring to each other and I think to humanity at large. And finally, I have to say at the end of this visit that I owe India, I don't know if I told you this, Narendra, but I owe India a great personal debt. You see, when I met Sarah for the first time, I think our first or second date was in an Indian restaurant in Tel Aviv. It was Rina Pashkarna. And I have to tell you, there is no question. First of all, the food was unbelievable. And Sarah was introduced to it for the first time, so it was a great first date, not only with the food, the date was excellent too. So obviously, I'm indebted to you, as are my children, and I want to tell you how deeply and from the heart we feel both our personal friendship and the friendship between our governments and our peoples, and may this continue and flourish and strengthen, as I'm sure it will as a result of this visit. Thank you, Narendra, and thank you all. Thank you.
So I'll have to use Your Excellency, प्रधानमंत्री और मेरे मित्र नेतन्याहू, मिसेस नेतन्याहू, दोनों देशों के डेलीगेट्स, मीडिया के साथियों, नमस्कार, शालोम। मेरे और भारतीय डेलीगेशन के गर्मजोशी भरे स्वागत के लिए मैं प्रधानमंत्री नेतन्याहू का एक बार फिर हृदय से आभार व्यक्त करता हूं। 9 वर्ष पहले मुझे इजरायल की यात्रा करने वाले पहले भारतीय प्रधानमंत्री बनने का सौभाग्य मिला था। एक बार फिर इजरायल की ऐतिहासिक भूमि पर कदम रखना मेरे लिए गर्व और भावुकता का क्षण है। कल मुझे इजराइल के पार्लियामेंट को संबोधित करने का अवसर मिला। वहां मुझे स्पीकर ऑफ द क्नेसेट मेडल से भी सम्मानित किया गया। मैं इस सम्मान के लिए क्नेसेट स्पीकर महोदय, मेरे मित्र प्रधानमंत्री नेतन्याहू और इजराइल के लोगों का हार्दिक आभार व्यक्त करता हूं और इसे 140 करोड़ भारतवासी और भारत इजराइल मित्रता को मैं समर्पित करता हूं। फ्रेंड्स, हमारे संबंध गहरे विश्वास, साझा लोकतांत्रिक मूल्यों और मानवीय संवेदनाओं की मजबूत आधारशिला पर आधारित है, उस पर स्थापित है। हमारे रिश्ते समय की हर कसौटी पर खरे उतरे हैं। आज हमने अपनी टाइम टेस्टेड साझेदारी को स्पेशल स्ट्रेटेजिक पार्टनरशिप का दर्जा देने का ऐतिहासिक निर्णय लिया है। यह निर्णय दोनों देशों के लोगों की आकांक्षाओं का प्रतिबिंब है। फ्रेंड्स, आज की बैठक में हमने अपने सहयोग को नई दिशा और तेज गति देने पर चर्चा की। हमारा आर्थिक सहयोग ग्रोथ, इनोवेशन और शेयर प्रॉस्पेरिटी का इंजन बना हुआ है। आपसी निवेश को बढ़ावा देने के लिए हमने पिछले वर्ष बायलैटरल इन्वेस्टमेंट एग्रीमेंट किया। हम शीघ्र ही एक म्यूचुअली बेनिफिशियल फ्री ट्रेड एग्रीमेंट को भी अंतिम रूप देंगे। टेक्नोलॉजी हमारी भावी साझेदारी का केंद्र है। आज हमने क्रिटिकल एंड इमर्जिंग टेक्नोलॉजी पार्टनरशिप स्थापित करने का निर्णय लिया है। इससे एआई, क्वांटम और क्रिटिकल मिनरल्स जैसे क्षेत्रों में सहयोग को नई गति मिलेगी। मुझे खुशी है कि इजराइल में यूपीआई के इस्तेमाल के लिए समझौता किया गया है। डिजिटल हेल्थ के क्षेत्र में भी हम अपने अनुभव साझा करते हुए लोगों के जीवन में सुधार लाने के लिए प्रतिबद्ध हैं। रक्षा के क्षेत्र में हमारा दशकों पुराना विश्वसनीय सहयोग रहा है। पिछले वर्ष हुए एमओयू से इसमें नए आयाम जुड़ेंगे। हम मिलकर जॉइंट डेवलपमेंट, जॉइंट प्रोडक्शन और ट्रांसफर ऑफ टेक्नोलॉजी की दिशा में आगे बढ़ेंगे। साथ ही हम सिविल न्यूक्लियर एनर्जी और स्पेस जैसे क्षेत्रों में भी सहयोग आगे बढ़ाएंगे। फ्रेंड्स, दोनों देशों के बीच कृषि सहयोग का लंबा और सफल इतिहास रहा है। आज हमने इस सहयोग को फ्यूचरिस्टिक दिशा देने का संकल्प लिया है। इजराइल के सहयोग से भारत में स्थापित सेंटर्स ऑफ एक्सीलेंस हमारी मित्रता के उत्तम उदाहरण है। इनकी सफलता देखते हुए हमने इनकी संख्या 100 तक ले जाने का, 100 तक ले जाने का लक्ष्य निर्धारित किया है। इस दिशा में एक कदम और बढ़ाते हुए विलेजेस ऑफ एक्सीलेंस बनाने पर भी काम कर रहे हैं। इससे इजरायली टेक्नोलॉजी भारत के गांव-गांव तक पहुंचेगी और लाखों किसानों की आय और उत्पादकता में बहुत बढ़ोतरी होगी। हम मिलकर फ्यूचर रेडी फार्मिंग सॉल्यूशंस भी विकसित करेंगे। भारत में इंडिया इजराइल इनोवेशन सेंटर फॉर एग्रीकल्चर की स्थापना इस सहयोग के लिए मजबूत आधार प्रदान करेगी। फ्रेंड, हमारे पीपल टू पीपल टाइज हमारे संबंधों का एक महत्वपूर्ण स्तंभ है। 2023 में हुए मैन पावर मोबिलिटी एग्रीमेंट के माध्यम से भारत ने इजराइल के कंस्ट्रक्शन और केयर गिवर सेक्टर्स में महत्वपूर्ण योगदान दिया है। भारतीय कामगारों ने अपनी मेहनत, प्रतिबद्धता और कौशल से विश्वास अर्जित किया है। मुझे खुशी है कि इस सहयोग का विस्तार कॉमर्स और सर्विसेज जैसे क्षेत्रों में भी किया जा रहा है। दोनों देशों के युवाओं, रिसर्चर्स और इनोवेटर्स को जोड़ना हमारी मुख्य प्राथमिकता रही है। इस दिशा में आज हम इंडिया इजराइल एकेडमिक फोरम की स्थापना कर रहे हैं। फ्रेंड्स, आज हमने क्षेत्रीय एवं वैश्विक मुद्दों पर भी व्यापक चर्चा की। क्षेत्रीय कनेक्टिविटी को बढ़ावा देते हुए हम इंडिया मिडिल ईस्ट यूरोप इकोनॉमिक कॉरिडोर आईमैक और इंडिया इजराइल यूएई यूएसए यानी I2U2 पर नई गति से आगे बढ़ेंगे। फ्रेंड, भारत और इजराइल पूरी तरह से स्पष्ट है कि आतंकवाद का दुनिया में कोई स्थान नहीं है। किसी भी रूप में, किसी भी अभिव्यक्ति में आतंकवाद को स्वीकार नहीं किया जा सकता। हम कंधे से कंधा मिलाकर आतंकवाद और उनके समर्थकों का विरोध करते रहे हैं और आगे भी करते रहेंगे। पश्चिम एशिया में शांति और स्थिरता से भारत के सीधे सुरक्षा ही जुड़े हैं। इसलिए हमने शुरुआत से ही संवाद और शांतिपूर्ण समाधान का समर्थन किया है। यही ग्लोबल साउथ और पूरी मानवता की पुकार है। भारत की सोच स्पष्ट है। ह्यूमैनिटी मस्ट नेवर बिकम अ विक्टिम ऑफ कॉन्फ्लिक्ट। गाजा पीस प्लान से शांति का एक रास्ता बना है। भारत ने इन प्रयासों का पूर्ण समर्थन किया है। भविष्य में भी हम सभी देशों के साथ संवाद और सहयोग जारी रखेंगे। एक्सेलेंसी, माय डियर फ्रेंड, आपकी आत्मीयता और गर्मजोशी ने मेरी यात्रा को यादगार बना दिया है। मैं एक बार फिर आपसे और इजराइल के लोगों से जो प्यार मिला है, जो स्नेह मिला है, जो सम्मान मिला है, इसके लिए हृदय से बहुत बहुत आभार व्यक्त करता हूं। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। तोदा रब्बा।
putting out their media statements.
Thank you, everyone, for joining us
documents.
today. I ask you to just remain seated, please.
Prime Minister Narendra Modi and Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu making their remarks after the bilateral level, delegation level talks. Several MOUs have been signed. India-Israel Innovation Center in Agriculture, MOU on geophysical exploration, another MOU on National Maritime Heritage Complex, then one on horizon scanning, cooperation in fisheries and aquaculture, advancing education using AI, implementation of protocol on commerce and service sector, then a letter of intent in establishing a cyber center of excellence. And we also saw UPI also being linked with Israel's digital services app, Masav, and the National Payment Corporation of India. Then there was a pact announced on commercial arbitration. Another MOU on International Financial Services Centers Authority and International Securities Authority. And finally, an MOU signed on sharing and cooperating on the use of artificial intelligence. These are significant MOUs signed today between India and Israel. As Benjamin Netanyahu said, they excite innovation beyond imagination. So the key emphasis here on collaborating with Israel for precision agriculture, precision education, and
Tanvi, beyond the MOUs, when the leaders made their statements before the media, they mentioned some other significant things as well which have been agreed. We had Benjamin Netanyahu saying that the G2G meeting in India will soon be possible as well. So a certain effort is going to be dedicated in that direction as well. And Prime Minister, in fact, spoke extensively about what the two leaders have agreed on doing, specifically in terms of not just the use of UPI in Israel, but also in terms of how the Pact on Defense, which was formalized just last year, has been taken forward and will be taken forward even more in the shape of JVs, joint development, transfer of technology. He's also mentioned civil nuclear energy as well as space in that context as to how cooperation will be taken forward over there. Futuristic domain has occupied a lot of mind space in the talks between the leaders, it seems, from agriculture to high-tech areas, deep-tech areas. There's centers of excellence that have already been established, I think around 30 of them in India in agriculture, and this number the PM mentioned will be raised to 100, and there's been work that has been done in the field of villages of excellence as well, to take it down to the grassroots and ensure that the Indian farmers benefit as much as they can with the kind of technology in micro-irrigation and other fields that the Israelis have developed over the course of decades to make their arid land a green oasis of excellence really in that area. There is, of course, the mobility agreement that happened in 2023, which was also mentioned. Already a lot of caregivers and construction workers from India have gone and contributed to Israel's development to its society as well. And this is being extended, the Prime Minister mentioned, to the area of commerce and services as well. And he mentioned researchers and innovators connecting the endeavor, to connect them as well. So an India-Israel Academic Forum was also mentioned by Prime Minister Modi. And similarly, in terms of connectivity, IMEC and ITU2 are the two efforts, the India, Middle East, Europe corridor, which is a physical connectivity endeavor, and there's the framework of India, Israel, and the UAE and the United States that, again, has been working, and this framework will also be given added speed.
Indeed. On terrorism and countering terrorism, India and Israel on the same page. Prime Minister Narendra Modi concluding his address by saying that humanity must never become victim of conflict. And he said that India supports the Gaza peace plan and is ready to cooperate with countries who are playing a major role in it. Coming to Major General Sanjay Soy, what do you think of these deliverables here? Prime Minister Modi said that India and Israel have agreed to cooperate in the fields of critical and emerging technologies. No details yet, but what would it likely include?
In fact, I would say that we have covered wide spectrum, from sea, land, space, education, people to people connect, philosophy, fight against terrorism. I mean, it is a tremendous education. So a lot of wide spectrum is there. As far as international relations is concerned, again, Honorable Prime Minister has highlighted of I2U2 and IMEC. These two things had gone into back burner because of disturbance in Middle East. Probably this is will again catch up, very, very important for us. And it again shows the trust factor, the faith both the countries have, the friendship, long-term friendship both the countries have. I think another thing which I found it very interesting, UPI. 8 countries have already adopted a UPI, and there is 9th country which is going to be adopting UPI, which is a major achievement.
Fourth in West Asia, we have in UAE, Qatar, Oman, and now Israel.
Now Israel. Imagine this is another game changer for India. They are recognizing the digital payment system which India has developed. So India is proving its worth. We are showing our prowess. We are 4th largest GDP. Whole world recognizes it. And if you see in last 6 months, who is who of the world have come to India, whether from the Europe, Middle East, or Southeast Asia, everybody is wanting to connect with India, and with the relationship with Israel is going to be a win-win situation for both. Tanvi.
Okay. Right. And Ms. Mukherjee, what do you make of these outcomes? There is one particular interesting one which perhaps need to be explained a bit as well, which is a declaration of intent in horizon scanning, which is well, something that is very much required in the kind of geopolitical environment that we live in these days.
Co-panelist said, it's a very vast area that has been covered. But what is most significant for me as a professional diplomat is to see the amazing body language between the two leaders, the confidence emanating from both when all these agreements were signed, and the frank and highly personalized nature of the Prime Minister of Israel's remarks, whether it was complimenting our Prime Minister that he's managed with such a small delegation, with the same person going again and again with the MOUs and saying that maybe I have too many on my side, but please don't get worried. He's giving the personal anecdote about how he took his wife for her second date to an Indian restaurant in Israel and how it clicked because of the food, and he said because also of the day.
In fact, the person that he mentioned in terms of the restaurateur from Israel, who's of Indian origin, Reena Pushkarna, she is a Pravasi Bharati Samman recipient as well.
Sorry, I didn't get...
He mentioned Reena Pushkarna, she's a Pravasi Bharati Samman recipient as well.
Yes, he mentioned that, and he also, in his remarks like PM, they had huge common ground, whether it was Prime Minister reiterating very solidly his support for the Gaza peace plan, his reiteration that India will always go after the sponsors of terrorism, will never ever allow terrorism to undermine a country, which got him a huge amount of applause from the audience who were hearing him through interpretation. So it took about 20 seconds later that there was the ovation. These were all issues that he brought to the Israeli Prime Minister and an audience, which broke new ground in the manner in which he said it. And the G2G meeting is very, very important. And he both said that any pending issues which need to be sorted out for all this to go into effect, all the MOUs, is going to be sorted out because the FTA is going to be signed very soon.
Okay, so, yes, that was a welcome announcement, yes. Baswati Mukherjee, let me also bring in my colleague Shubhendu Ghosh, present at in fact, standing by for the presser there. Important agreements, a vast scope, as we were discussing with our expert panel here, Shubhendu. The important fact, India and Israel agreeing to elevate their ties to special strategic partnership here.
That's right, Tanvi. Expectations were high already in the manner in which the cooperation is likely to be boosted across all domains, and the manner in which this relationship is going to be called in the near future, special strategic partnership, and perhaps in days ahead, in months and years ahead, we'll fully understand the potential of what that means. For now, we see that the engagement cooperation has been pushed and been boosted across domains in agriculture, in tech and education, in defense and organized workforce migration as well. So we see the expectation that was there that the next level of engagement India and Israel are ready for. The leaders have now presented a roadmap. There are going to be institutions coming up now, centers of excellence. One that exists are going to be larger in number. Of course, the cherry on the cake is the announcement for negotiation and the possibility of a free trade agreement in the days and years ahead. That could really help capitalize the potential that the two countries have in the domain of trade that has yet to see the kind of capacity that both sides are able to offer. So all in all, we see that a very, very comprehensive, meaningful and a forward-looking engagement between both the leaders, Prime Minister Modi and Prime Minister Netanyahu. And much now is, in terms of opportunities, open for people across sectors, farmers, students, innovators, infrastructure development in defense and security, host of areas. In that sense, exciting time ahead for the engagement and ties between India and Israel.
Yes, very interesting, Shubhendu, especially in the tech domain, be it for agriculture or in terms of even geophysical exploration pact, which will require a lot of technological inputs coming in from both the sides, perhaps cyber center of excellence, artificial intelligence, and also something that one doesn't really hear about much, which is horizon scanning, which is a predictive sort of methodology which employs a lot of elements really in terms of even real hard intelligence as well.
That's right, Gautam. We see how both nations are poised for a technology, for innovation-led future. And not only are they confident in their own domestic capability, but their ecosystems are now all set to converge and cooperate with one another. And that could be a force multiplier for whether we talk about the end users or people who are part of creating such infrastructure. So in that sense, both countries embracing the strengths that they have in technology, the ambitions that they have in emerging technologies and ecosystems, and linking it together to make sure that the benefits of it can be accessed by not just people of India and Israel, but this could be, in fact, this partnership could be, in fact, an important engine of technology and innovation-led growth in the days ahead.
All right, request you, Shubhendu, to stay with us as we tell our viewers how Prime Minister Narendra Modi has just concluded these bilateral level talks with Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. Narendra Modi declared India's clear stance on Gaza during his address, highlighting the Gaza peace plan as a pathway to peace. He affirmed India's full support for these efforts and pledged ongoing dialogue and cooperation with all nations to foster lasting stability.
भारत की सोच स्पष्ट है. Humanity must never become a victim of conflict. गाजा पीस प्लान से शांति का एक रास्ता बना है. भारत ने इन प्रयासों का पूर्ण समर्थन किया है. भविष्य में भी हम सभी देशों के साथ संवाद और सहयोग जारी रखेंगे.
All right, we're taking you live across now to a briefing by the Ministry of External Affairs there in Israel in the context of the PM's visit.
Just concluded a short while ago. The Prime Minister is here on a state visit at the invitation of His Excellency Mr. Benjamin Netanyahu, the Prime Minister of Israel. This is the Prime Minister's second visit to Israel. He was last here almost 9 years ago, which was his first visit. And the visit is therefore a very, very significant milestone in India-Israel relations and seeks to capture the distance that has been traveled in the last decade or so, and to set the stage for the next phase of this very, very important relationship. This has been, in Prime Minister Netanyahu's words, an exceptional visit. It's been a short visit, slightly over 24 hours, but it has been a very rich visit in terms of outcomes and therefore a very, very productive exercise. I should also point out at the outset that this visit comes in the context of an effort by the Prime Minister himself to take interest in and pursue our relations, India's relations with all the countries in this region in West Asia. In slightly over the last 1 year, the Prime Minister has paid visits to Kuwait, to Saudi Arabia, to Jordan, to Oman, and now to Israel. And of course, he has received several heads of state, heads of government, and other dignitaries from this region as well. On arrival at the airport yesterday, the Prime Minister was accorded a ceremonial welcome by the Prime Minister of Israel and his wife, Mrs. Sarah Netanyahu. We saw the warmth that was on display. The two Prime Ministers had a tete-a-tete at the airport itself before the Prime Minister arrived at his hotel, where he received the traditional welcome by the Indian community here in Israel. Yesterday, the highlight of the Prime Minister's program, which I'm sure all of you would have followed, was his address to the Knesset, where he was invited by the Speaker of the Knesset, His Excellency, Mr. Amir Ohana, to address a special plenary session of the Knesset. The session was also addressed by Prime Minister Netanyahu and leader of the opposition, Mr. Yair Lapid. The Prime Minister was also conferred the Medal of the Knesset in recognition of his exceptional contribution through his leadership to strengthen the strategic relations between India and Israel. And Prime Minister Modi is the first recipient of this medal. Later in the evening yesterday, the two Prime Ministers together visited a special technology exhibition which showcased over a dozen cutting-edge Israeli technologies across multiple sectors that also happen to be the focus of India-Israel relations. These included technologies in the fields of quantum, artificial intelligence, health, smart mobility, cybersecurity, water and agriculture, climate, energy, and space. The Prime Minister was then hosted for a private dinner later in the evening by Prime Minister Netanyahu and Mrs. Netanyahu. This morning, the Prime Minister began with a visit to Yad Vashem, the World Holocaust Remembrance Center in Jerusalem, and laid a wreath in memory of the victims of the Holocaust. It was a solemn occasion where the Prime Minister paid his respects together with Prime Minister Netanyahu. The two leaders toured the Hall of Names and the Children's Memorial and participated in a memorial ceremony in the Hall of Remembrance. Thereafter, the Prime Minister had the opportunity to call on the President of Israel, His Excellency Mr. Isaac Herzog, and the two leaders also planted an oak tree in the presidential garden in honor of Prime Minister Modi's Ek Ped Maa Ke Naam initiative, a tree for mother. Prime Minister then held delegation-level talks with Prime Minister Netanyahu, which, as I mentioned, have just concluded a short while ago. The talks gave both leaders the opportunity to go through the entire spectrum of the India-Israel strategic partnership. It was agreed to deepen further our relationship in a wide array of sectors, including science and technology, innovation, research, critical and emerging technologies, cybersecurity, agriculture, water, defense and security, trade and economy, people-to-people exchanges. In a demonstration of the deep trust and strength that prevails in this relationship, the two leaders also decided to elevate the relationship to an India-Israel special strategic partnership for peace, innovation, and prosperity. Following the delegation-level talks, both leaders jointly addressed a press conference. A number of MOUs and agreements, I think nearly 16 in total, were exchanged in the presence of the leaders. There were also several announcements. A comprehensive list of the agreements as well as the announcements will shortly be available on our website. As we speak, the Prime Minister is meeting with prominent members of the Indian Jewish community here in Jerusalem and a group of Indologists. He will also be meeting with a few personalities from the field of culture, some personalities from the area of film, including, I am told, some cast members of the TV serial Fauda. I'm sorry to be missing that interaction. The visit of the Prime Minister to Israel reflects the high priority that India attaches to its bilateral relationship with Israel. This visit has succeeded in further deepening and strengthening the multifaceted partnership between the two countries and in providing a renewed impetus to the joint efforts of these two democracies to advance their shared objectives of peace, innovation, and prosperity. As far as the outcomes are concerned, let me give you a brief snapshot of the various areas that they cover. As you would have noticed from the various public announcements as well that have been made, the focus of this visit has been on technology, including in the area of artificial intelligence, cybersecurity, innovation, research, and startups. Accordingly, both leaders decided to elevate the existing Joint Commission on Science and Technology to the ministerial level, which will make interagency coordination in science and technology between the two sides easier and the partnership more productive. There is a broad and fundamental understanding between the two sides to deepen their cooperation in areas of frontier technology, particularly artificial intelligence and its application across sectors. This is also on account of the recently hosted AI Summit in India, where we had a high-powered delegation from Israel also that participated. Cooperation in the AI sector is likely to focus, amongst others, on advancing education, focusing on developing AI-powered and human-centered learning, and collaboration on healthcare innovation, AI and digital transformation through the sharing of best practices and cooperation between designated institutions of the two countries. As Prime Minister Netanyahu also referred to in his remarks at the press conference, the attempt is to use AI for precision education. Cooperation in cybersecurity and horizon scanning mechanisms was also discussed and finalized through the instruments that were exchanged in the presence of the two leaders. Some of the existing mechanisms under science and technology cooperation, including the India-Israel Industrial Innovation Fund and the India-Israel Joint Research Calls, which have been functioning well. It was agreed to further strengthen and streamline these mechanisms, and the funding for the joint research calls has been hiked to $1.5 million from both sides. This will again give a boost to joint research between Indian and Israeli universities. The two sides have also agreed to establish the India-Israel Academic Cooperation Forum to strengthen cooperation in research, policy, and education. As you would be aware, agriculture has long been an area of very rich and very productive cooperation between the two countries. There are 43 centers of excellence in agriculture that have been established in India with Israeli assistance. Moving beyond these traditional ideas, of course, there has been an agreement during this visit to expand these 43 centers to 100 centers all across the country. But moving beyond these traditional areas into agriculture innovation and research, an MOU was signed during the visit for establishing a joint India-Israel Innovation Center for Agriculture in India, and to institute a joint fellowship for agricultural research by Indian researchers at the Volcani Agriculture Research Organization. In addition to this, the NPCI International, the National Payments Corporation of India, and the Israeli Masav have also exchanged an MOU for cooperation. This is to examine linkages between these two institutions for cross-border payments between the two countries, and to explore linking India's unified payment interface, the UPI system, with Israel's payment system to enhance interoperability for cross-border payments between the two countries, which will then have a spin-off for promoting tourism and other commercial activities between the two sides. Last year in September 2024, the two countries signed a bilateral investment agreement. And as we speak today, a negotiating team from Israel is in India for the first round of negotiations on concluding a free trade agreement between the two countries. In order to fill out this triad, today the two sides have also decided to launch a bilateral financial dialogue between them. In recent years, mobility has been a sunrise sector of cooperation between the two countries. We have made considerable progress. Nearly 42,000 Indian skilled workers have traveled to Israel in recent years. Today, the signing of the implementation protocol on commerce and services, manufacturing, and the restaurant sectors will open up these sectors for mobility cooperation and facilitate safe and secure mobility of Indian nationals, Indian workers in these sectors in Israel. There is also a broad consensus that up to 50,000 Indian workers may arrive in Israel within the next 5 years to work in these sectors. Overall, as I said, this has been an incredibly rich visit in terms of outcomes, a very, very productive visit, which has deepened bilateral cooperation across multiple sectors. It underscores the commitment of Prime Minister Modi in particular to harness technology and innovation for inclusive growth, and the commitment of both leaders to make the bilateral special strategic partnership for peace, innovation, and prosperity more productive and impactful. The visit has been based, as I said, on trust, which was pointed to by both leaders as a fundamental ingredient and a very special ingredient of the India-Israel relationship. We feel that a lot of the understandings that have been concluded during the visit will create new opportunities for youth, for businesses, for entrepreneurs on both sides, especially in the areas of startups, in the area of technology, in STEM sectors, and will provide further impetus to the cooperation that already exists in the agricultural sector. And given the importance of all of these sectors to the Indian economy, we feel that by leveraging Israeli strengths in science, in research, in technology, in innovation, the journey of India towards its goals of a Viksit Bharat and an Atmanirbhar Bharat, developed and self-reliant India, will be realized even further. Let me stop there. We have a little bit of time, so I'd be happy to take a few questions.
Okay, excuse me. We'll go from here. First, Vishal.
अभी तनाव के हालात हैं ईरान और अमेरिका के बीच में, अप्रत्यक्ष तौर पर बातचीत का दौर भी चल रहा है। क्या ऐसे हालात में प्रधानमंत्री मोदी और बेंजामिन नेतन्याहू के बीच इस पश्चिम एशिया में जो तनाव है उसको लेकर भी बातचीत हुई है, और क्या बातचीत हुई, अगर उसकी कुछ जानकारी मिल सके?
Sahil.
Sir, I'm Sahil from ENI News Agency. PM went to the tech exhibition yesterday, which you mentioned. How it would be relevant, and can you describe the technology which was shown to him?
Suri there.
Sanjay Suri from CNN News 18 TV, sir. Does this visit have any bearing in any way on India's policy on the Palestinian question?
Question here, please. Yeah.
The microphone? Oh, thanks. Hi, Lisa Rozovsky from Haaretz. Thank you for doing this, Secretary. It's very important. I wanted to ask, both leaders mentioned IMEC actually several times, but as far as we understand, IMEC depends on normalization between Israel and Saudi Arabia, which in turn depends on the pathway to a Palestinian state. I was wondering if the leaders discussed this issue, and if yes, what did Prime Minister Modi say to Netanyahu regarding this issue? Thank you.
Danny Zaken from Israel Hayom newspaper. Prime Minister Modi mentioned the Trump plan, the 20 points plan, and the support of India on it. Is that support going to be practical? Is India going to join the efforts of finishing the war in Gaza and the Palestinian issue in general? So we can take these questions.
Okay. All right. विशाल, आपका प्रश्न था जो बातचीत हुई है उसमें जो अभी एक तरह से हमने एक तनावपूर्ण स्थिति हम देख रहे हैं, जिसका असर इस क्षेत्र पे भी पड़ सकता है। इन सब चीज़ों के बारे में मैं आपसे कह सकता हूं कि दोनों प्रधानमंत्रियों के बीच में इसके बारे में बातचीत हुई, और प्रधानमंत्री जी ने अपना पक्ष रखा कि भारत का हमेशा ये मत रहा है कि जो भी ऐसी इस तरह की स्थितियां हों, और भी इसी क्षेत्र में दूसरी भी स्थितियां हैं जो चल रही हैं, इन सभी का हल बातचीत से और शांतिपूर्वक तरीकों को इस्तेमाल करते हुए होना चाहिए। और उन्होंने इसमें जो भी भारत की ओर से जो भी सहायता की जा सकती है या कोई अगर पहल ली गई हो जिसमें भारत की मदद चाहिए वो उसके बारे में उन्होंने कहा कि भारत हमेशा उसके लिए तैयार रहेगा. Let me just translate this into English since there was a request. The question was about whether the situation with regard to the issues between Iran and the United States currently ongoing figured in the discussions between the prime ministers, and I would just like to mention that the regional situation, these tensions, other tensions as well that figure in the region without going into details, did come up for discussions between the two prime ministers. The prime minister made his point stating India's firm belief in the value of dialogue and the value of pursuing peaceful solutions to all such issues, and also reiterated his readiness to offer India's support if there is any way in which India's support is required, to stand ready to offer that support towards a peaceful solution. Sahil, to your question of the technology exhibitions, see, the relevance is obvious because these were, as I said, there were about 14 Israeli companies that exhibited their products and their offers at this exhibition in the area of communications, in the area of education, in the area of healthcare, in smart mobility, cybersecurity, etc. And all of these are areas that are of relevance to different sectors in India. And I must say that the Prime Minister spent quite a bit of time at the exhibition. He went into considerable detail into the products that were on display and invited each one of the innovators to look for opportunities in India, to look for partnerships in India, and seek to develop either take forward these products in India or to develop more products in partnership with Indian counterparts. I would say this was a very, very important part of the program as a whole. Sanjay, your question on the visit and its bearing on the Palestinian question, I think this is something that was made amply clear by the Prime Minister in his address to the Knesset yesterday, where he framed this issue very, very comprehensively. And while speaking about the fact that there have been initiatives that have been taken in the past in this region to try and find a solution to the Palestinian question. Of course, there are developments that have intervened since then, and the situation is not the same as it is today. In some ways, perhaps the situation is even more difficult, and the path to peace might have become even more challenging. But as he said, this is not the time to lose hope. It is the time to sustain that hope. And we have, in the current context, the Gaza Peace Initiative, and this goes to the question that was asked by our colleague here as well, as to the Prime Minister's reference to the 20-point plan put forward by President Trump, which I should recall was also endorsed by UN Security Council Resolution 2803. India has expressed its firm support for the initiative. The Prime Minister said this in his address to the Knesset yesterday. And we firmly believe that it holds the promise of a just, durable, and lasting peace for all the peoples of the region, including by addressing the Palestinian question. So again, I can do no more than recall the Prime Minister's words from yesterday, which, if I recall correctly, he said that let all our actions be guided by wisdom, by courage, and by humanity. And I think if we keep those as the pointers for actions in this part of the world, we will find good solutions to these questions through the path of dialogue aimed at a long-lasting peace and stability in this region. The question that was posed with regard to IMEC, I can confirm to you that yes, IMEC was discussed between the two leaders at some length. Obviously, the regional situation does weigh on the progress of the initiative and relationships between different countries that potentially lie on the IMEC corridor need to be in a certain state in order for the initiative to make progress. Notwithstanding that, there are countries that are taking steps in their national capacities to work on components of IMEC, which will eventually contribute to the corridor as a whole. And those steps are not necessarily dependent on the entire regional situation to be amenable to rolling out the initiative as a whole. But of course, it is the responsibility, I think, of all of the concerned parties to make all efforts necessary to ensure that we arrive at a situation where this extremely important initiative can move forward. And Israel, even though it is not a formal member of IMEC at present, is potentially a very, very important actor in the success of this corridor. And we aim to remain engaged with Israel, with all the other parties, to see how we can realize this initiative at the earliest.
One last question. That gentleman there, yes.
Hi, Alexander Cormo from Reuters. I just want to follow up on a question about Gaza and the US President's peace plan. Does India see a role for itself when it comes to reconstruction, when it comes to deploying some kind of personnel to the ISF? What role is India looking to have, if at all, in the post-war Gaza plan, or is it staying out of it for the time being?
Thank you. Thank you for that question. I think there was a colleague who had addressed this part of the question, and I missed answering that. Yes, we do see a role. What exactly that role is going to be will depend on, I think, a little bit more clarity as to how things will actually develop on the ground in Gaza. I am not going to speculate at this point in time as to which exactly is the area in which we may come in. But I can tell you with some conviction that India has very specific capabilities and very specific capacities which would be of considerable relevance in a situation of the kind that we see on the ground in Gaza. I won't go into further detail at the moment, but we do have the capacity to contribute. You would be no stranger to the fact that we already are implementing a large number of projects for the benefit of the Palestinian communities to the extent of nearly $170 million as we speak. And there are about $40 million worth of projects in the pipeline, again, in the areas of education, healthcare, capacity building, and other similar areas. But even speaking about the what would be required as a consequence of the Gaza peace initiative moving forward, we would have capacities to contribute at the right time on the ground.
Thank you. With that, ladies and gentlemen, sorry, we have a schedule to keep. With that, we come to the close of this press conference. Thank you very much.
Well, you had Foreign Secretary Vikram Misri making some statements and comments about the kind of interactions that the two leaders had and the outcomes that emerged from its 16 MOUs and different documents exchanged in the presence of those two leaders. And he did mention that the protocol that has been finalized between the two sides will lead to the mobility of 50,000 additional workers over the course of 5 years. So that was a significant addition to what was informed about earlier. As a result of the briefing of the two leaders, he talked about the centers of excellence in agriculture. He talked about how progress has been made on both the IMEC and ITU2 fronts, and he spoke of how technology has been the thrust, Tanvi, of this interaction and the visit that Prime Minister's had this time around to Israel, the second visit in
less
over
than a decade. And also at the very end of the press conference, a very important point made there by the Ministry of External Affairs spokesperson there, saying that India will play a crucial role in the post-war reconstruction of Gaza. What that role would be determined in the days to come. But India very much on board on Gaza peace plan. That is what has been communicated. Major General Soy, your thoughts on these key engagements coming to a close now, the 2 days of intense negotiations between India and Israel. Both countries, proud and ancient civilizations, determined to seize the future, in the words of Benjamin Netanyahu?
Absolutely. Both countries have suffered from terrorism, both countries have suffered from attacks, and both countries are committed to bringing long-term peace. In fact, the number of 16 MOUs have been signed, and which range from, as I mentioned, sea, land, space, agriculture, economy, people-to-people connect, education, culture, and very wide spectrum of subjects. I would like to highlight a couple of things. Number one is agriculture. A lot of emphasis has been given on agriculture, and for which Israel has always been a partner of India. And number of center of excellences are going to be established. India's 50% workforce is still dependent on agriculture, and it adds to 16 to 17% to GDP. This improvement, I think, is going to be a major game changer in the field of agriculture for the people from the rural area, people from the villages, and who needs development and growth.
Certainly.
And definitely in the fields of other fields are in the fields of AI, technology, cyber. Name a field which has not been covered. I think it speaks volumes of the trust, volumes of the wide spectrum in which we are going ahead together.
All right, let me just remind our viewers of what all was mentioned was key when the two leaders addressed the media in their statements. Prime Minister Modi announced accelerated progress on the IMEC corridor and ITU2 grouping to boost regional connectivity. He declared India and Israel united in rejecting terrorism unequivocally, vowing continued shoulder-to-shoulder opposition to terrorism and its backers for global peace and security.
क्षेत्रीय कनेक्टिविटी को बढ़ावा देते हुए हम इंडिया मिडल ईस्ट यूरोप इकोनॉमिक कॉरिडोर आईमेक और इंडिया इजराइल यूएई यूएसए यानी I2U2 पर नई गति से आगे बढ़ेंगे। फ्रेंड, भारत और इजराइल पूरी तरह से स्पष्ट है कि आतंकवाद का दुनिया में कोई स्थान नहीं है। किसी भी रूप में, किसी भी अभिव्यक्ति में आतंकवाद को स्वीकार नहीं किया जा सकता। हम कंधे से कंधा मिलाकर आतंकवाद और उनके समर्थकों का विरोध करते रहे हैं और आगे भी करते रहेंगे।
And the Prime Minister also announced the establishment of the Critical and Emerging Technologies Partnership with Israel during his visit, accelerating collaboration in AI, quantum computing, and critical minerals. He welcomed the UPI agreement in Israel, reaffirming long-standing defense ties and pledged progress in joint production, technology transfer, civil nuclear energy, digital health and space.
टेक्नोलॉजी हमारी भावी साझेदारी का केंद्र है। आज हमने क्रिटिकल एंड इमर्जिंग टेक्नोलॉजी पार्टनरशिप स्थापित करने का निर्णय लिया है। इससे एआई, क्वांटम और क्रिटिकल मिनरल्स जैसे क्षेत्रों में सहयोग को नई गति मिलेगी। मुझे खुशी है कि इजरायल में यूपीआई के इस्तेमाल के लिए समझौता किया गया है। डिजिटल हेल्थ के क्षेत्र में भी हम अपने अनुभव साझा करते हुए लोगों के जीवन में सुधार लाने के लिए प्रतिबद्ध हैं। रक्षा के क्षेत्र में हमारा दशकों पुराना विश्वसनीय सहयोग रहा है। पिछले वर्ष हुए एमओयू से इसमें नए आयाम जुड़ेंगे। हम मिलकर जॉइंट डेवलपमेंट, जॉइंट प्रोडक्शन और ट्रांसफर ऑफ टेक्नोलॉजी की दिशा में आगे बढ़ेंगे। साथ ही हम सिविल न्यूक्लियर एनर्जी और स्पेस जैसे क्षेत्रों में भी सहयोग आगे बढ़ाएंगे।
So Prime Minister Narendra Modi wrapping up his productive two-day visit to Israel. He will be emplaning for New Delhi in a short while from now. So India and Israel agreeing to elevate ties to special strategic partnership during this visit of Prime Minister Narendra Modi. Let me take this opportunity to thank Major General Sanjay Soy, strategic defense expert. Would also like to thank former Ambassador Baswati Mukherjee for sharing your views and analysis on the evolving India-Israel strategic partnership. Well, that's all in this broadcast. News and updates continue on DD India. Thank you for watching. Namaskar.
Namaskar.
स्वागत आहे टू मॅग्नेटिक महाराष्ट्र।